Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told my story before, not like this. I'm 26 now, but the things that happened when I was growing up in El Salvador still make my skin crawl. I've tried to explain it away, imagination, dreams, stress, but I know what I experienced was real. My family home always had a strange energy. My mom was my grandfather's favorite child, which caused a lot of problems. He had a mistress who practiced witchcraft, and according to family gossip, she wanted to eliminate our whole family so we wouldn't inherit anything. I didn't understand all that when I was little, but I felt it. Mom had so many near-death experiences growing up that it became a family joke, except it wasn't funny. Something was trying to harm her, and later it seemed like that something came for me too. I was 6 when it started. We were all in the living room watching TV when we heard this weird whoosh sound coming from the kitchen. It was like someone had thrown something across the room, but when we checked, nothing was there, nothing was out of place. My parents brushed it off, but that was just the beginning. A few nights later, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a shadow in my doorway. Not just a normal shadow, but a dark figure, darker than the darkness around it. I pulled my blanket over my head and prayed until morning. I didn't tell anyone because I thought they'd say I was just having a nightmare. But it kept happening. I'd see shadows moving in the hallway at night. Sometimes they'd be tall and thin, sometimes shorter. The worst was what my family later started calling El Hombre del Sombrero, the top hat man. He was a tall shadow figure who wore what looked like an old-fashioned top hat. I'd wake up and he'd be standing in my doorway, or worse, sitting in the chair in the corner of my room, just watching me. I couldn't move when he was there. I couldn't scream. I could barely breathe. My mom noticed I wasn't sleeping well. I had dark circles under my eyes, and I was jumping at every little sound. When I finally told her about the shadows, she got this look on her face, not disbelief, but recognition. She didn't say much, just that I should pray if I got scared. That's when I realized she'd seen things too. About a year after it all started, a family moved into our basement. They had a son around my age. They were nice, but they didn't stay long. And what happened the night they left still haunts me. We'd been at church that evening. It was a Wednesday night service that ran late. We got home around 11, and as we were getting out of the car, we heard the most horrifying screams coming from inside our house. It sounded like the boy from downstairs was being murdered. My dad rushed to the basement door, my mom right behind him. I stayed back, terrified, clutching my little sister's hand. When they came back up, their faces were white. "There's nobody down there," my dad said. "They've already moved out." We later found out they'd left that morning while we were at school and work. But those screams, they were real. We all heard them. After that night, things escalated. The shadows became more active, appearing even during the day. I'd be doing homework at the kitchen table and see something dark move in my peripheral vision. When I'd turn to look, nothing would be there, but I could feel it watching me. When I was 8, our pastor came to bless our house. Mom had finally told him about what was happening. He went room to room, praying and anointing doorways with oil. When he got to my room, I was sitting on my bed. He was praying with his eyes closed, his hand on my forehead, when I saw it. A black shadow figure walked past my open door, stopped, turned its head to look in, then continued down the hall. I was frozen. The pastor felt me trembling and asked what was wrong, but I couldn't speak. When I finally told him what I'd seen, he just prayed harder. By the time I was 11, the feeling of being watched was constant. I hated being home alone. I'd invite friends over just so I wouldn't have to be by myself. but eventually they stopped wanting to come. One girl said our house made her feel weird. Another said she saw someone standing in the hallway when nobody was there. My best friend refused to sleep over after waking up to see the top hat man standing over my bed while I slept. The physical stuff started when I was 12. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms or legs, not deep ones, just surface scratches that stung like paper cuts. My mom said I was probably doing it to myself in my sleep, but I don't bite my nails, and the scratches were sometimes in places I couldn't reach. Then came the worst night of my life. I was 13 and had just played in a soccer tournament all day. I was exhausted, so I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. I always slept on my side facing the wall, but that night I was so tired I fell asleep on my back. I woke up, or at least I thought I was awake, to the feeling of something pulling on my left arm and leg. It wasn't gentle, it was forceful, like something was trying to drag me off the bed. I could hear the plastic mattress cover moving underneath me. I tried to scream, but couldn't make a sound. I tried to move, but was completely paralyzed. The pulling got stronger, and then I felt breathing on my face, hot, putrid breath that smelled like rotting meat. Then came the whispers. I couldn't understand the words, but they sounded angry, hateful, and then, right in my ear, a woman laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was cruel, mocking. I was crying silently, praying in my head, begging God to make it stop. And then, suddenly it did. Whatever had hold of me let go, and I could move again. I scrambled up and turned on every light in my room. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, my arm and leg were sore, like I'd been in a tug of war. There were no marks, but the pain was real. When I told my mum, she finally shared some of her own experiences. She'd wake up feeling like someone was sitting on her chest, making it hard to breathe. She'd see the shadows too, especially after arguing with my grandfather about his mistress. A few months after my experience, my aunt came to visit from San Salvador. She slept in my room, and I took the couch. In the middle of the night, she came running out, white as a sheet, shaking all over. When she calmed down enough to speak, she told us something had sat on her back while she was sleeping. She felt its weight pressing her into the mattress. It laughed, the same cruel laugh I'd heard, and whispered in her ear, "¿Quién es tu Dios?" Who is your God? She said she started praying out loud, and the weight lifted. She turned over quickly and saw a dark shape move from the bed to the corner of the room where it disappeared. After that night, my parents took things more seriously. They had priests come bless the house again. They buried religious medals in the yard and placed crucifixes over every door. The activity lessened, but never completely stopped. When I was 15, we moved to a different city. I thought we'd leave the shadows behind, but they followed us. Not as strong, not as frequent, but they were there. The top hat man still visits occasionally, usually when I'm going through something stressful or emotional. I'll catch a glimpse of him standing in a doorway or reflected in a window. I've done research over the years, trying to understand what happened to us. I've read about shadow people, about entities that feed on fear, about generational curses. Some of it resonates, but none of it fully explains what my family experienced. What scares me most now isn't the shadows themselves, but the possibility that they might someday follow me to my own home, to my own children. That woman, my grandfather's mistress, is long dead, but whatever she set in motion seems to live on. I still sleep with a light on. I still pray before bed. And I still never ever sleep on my back. Story 2. I've been debating whether to share this for years. Even typing it out makes my hands shake a little. I'm 23 now, but this happened when I was 13, and it still haunts me to this day. When I was 11, my family moved to Texas after my mom got this amazing job offer she couldn't pass up. We rented for about a year before buying this 2-story house in a pretty nice neighborhood. The house had character. That's what my parents kept saying. Character apparently meant vintage wallpaper in the bathrooms and these weird built-in shelves in random places. What they didn't mention much was the history. Our realtor told us the previous owners were three elderly women who'd lived there together for decades. The locals called them the Golden Girls, like from that old TV show. The last one, Dolores, had died a few months before we looked at the place. Her son was the one selling it, and he seemed pretty eager to get rid of it. Looking back, maybe we should have asked more questions. The first year was pretty normal. We were just happy to have our own place after renting. But then weird stuff started happening. Small things at first. Items not being where we left them. Lights turning on by themselves. That kind of thing. We all just brushed it off. New housequirks, faulty wiring, whatever. Then the incidents got harder to explain away. One night, I was doing homework at the kitchen table when my dad walked through the living room and suddenly froze. He spun around and shouted, "Stop it!" at absolutely nothing. When my mom asked what was wrong, he said he felt hands moving up and down behind his shoulders, like someone was standing right behind him. He laughed it off after, said he was just tired, but I remember how pale he looked. A few weeks later, my mom woke us all up screaming in the middle of the night. She said she'd been trying to sleep when she felt a large hand grip her arm. She could feel hot breath panting on her face while she tried to pry these invisible fingers off her. By the time my dad turned on the light, whatever it was, had vanished. We all slept in the living room that night with every light in the house on, but the worst, the absolute worst, happened when I was 13. My dad was away on a business trip in Oklahoma, so it was just me and my mom home alone. It was a Friday night in October, and I'd stayed up late watching movies in my room. I must have fallen asleep around midnight or so. I woke up to this violent rattling sound. It took me a second to realize it was coming from downstairs. Someone was shaking our garage door handle hard, like aggressively trying to get in. This wasn't just the wind or a curious animal. Someone was down there, and they wanted in. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I slid out of bed as quietly as possible and peeked into the hallway. The rattling continued, getting more frantic. I tiptoed toward my mum's bedroom, but before I could get there, her door opened. She came out looking all groggy, like I'd just woken her up. She had a towel wrapped around her head and was just wearing underwear. There was mascara smudged under her eyes, which was weird because my mum always washed her face before bed. "Mom," I whispered, "I think someone's trying to break in through the garage." She looked at me with this blank expression and mumbled, "What?" Then she just turned around and went back into her bedroom, closing the door behind her. I stood there in the hallway, completely confused. The rattling downstairs got louder, and now I could hear what sounded like scratching too. Why wasn't my mom freaking out? Was she still half asleep? I ran back to my room, grabbed my phone, and hid in my closet. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely dial my dad's number. "Dad," I whispered when he answered, "there's someone trying to break in through the garage door, and Mom's acting weird. She just went back to bed." "What do you mean she went back to bed?" He sounded fully awake now. "Call 911 right now. I'm going to call Mr. Peterson next door. Get out of the house if you can. Go through the back door and run to the Petersons." I hung up and called 911. The operator told me to stay on the line and that officers were on their way. The rattling had stopped, but now I could hear footsteps downstairs. "I need to get out," I whispered to the operator. "My dad said to go out the back door." "If you think you can safely exit, do it," she said, "but stay on the line with me." I crept down the hallway, past my mom's closed door. Why wasn't she coming out? Had she fallen back asleep? I couldn't believe she'd just dismissed something like this. I made it down the stairs, staying close to the wall where the steps wouldn't creak. The house was dark except for the nightlight in the kitchen. I could see the back door from where I stood, just a short dash across the living room. That's when I heard voices coming from the front of the house. My blood turned to ice. I froze, not sure what to do. Then the front door opened, and I heard my mum's voice. "Chelsea." Are you up, honey? Can you help me with these groceries? I nearly dropped my phone. That couldn't be my mom. My mom was upstairs in bed. I'd just seen her. I backed myself into the corner between the staircase and the wall, trying to make myself as small as possible. Chelsea? My mom's voice called again. Why is the front door open? Did you leave it unlocked? I heard another voice, Mr. Peterson from next door. Everything okay, Sandra? Jim called me in a panic, saying someone was trying to break in. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. If that was really my mom and Mr. Peterson at the front door, then who the hell did I see upstairs? Chelsea! My mom's voice was more urgent now. Where are you? The police are outside. The 911 operator was still asking me questions, but I couldn't speak. I managed to whisper that I thought my mom was home now, but I wasn't sure. I finally gathered enough courage to peek around the corner. There was my mum, standing in the doorway with grocery bags, wearing jeans and a sweater. Her hair was down, no towel, no mascara smudges. Mr. Peterson was beside her, and I could see the flashing lights of police cars through the open front door. Mom! My voice came out as a squeak. She spun around. Chelsea, thank God! What's happening? Why didn't you answer the door? Why was it wide open? I dropped my phone and ran to her, throwing my arms around her waist. I thought you were upstairs, I sobbed. I saw you. You came out of your room with a towel on your head. My mom set down the groceries and held me at arm's length. What are you talking about? I just got back from the store. I couldn't sleep, so I went to get stuff for breakfast. The police came in then, and everything became a blur of questions and explanations. They searched the house, room by room. There was no one upstairs, no one in the garage, no signs of forced entry anywhere. The front door had been unlocked and wide open when my mum got home, but I hadn't opened it. I'd been upstairs the whole time until I tried to escape through the back. My mum didn't go back to sleep that night. Neither did I. We sat in the living room with all the lights on, waiting for my dad to drive back from Oklahoma. He made it home by dawn. We talked about what happened, trying to make sense of it. My mum swore she'd left me sleeping around 11 to go to the 24-hour grocery store. She'd been gone about an hour, so who or what had I seen coming out of her bedroom? We moved out of that house 6 months later. My dad claimed it was because his commute was too long, but I knew the real reason. None of us felt safe there anymore. Years later, I found out more about Dolores, the last golden girl who'd lived in our house. According to neighbors, she'd been quite a character, known for playing practical jokes and having a wicked sense of humor, even in her 90s. She died in her sleep, in the same bedroom my parents had used. Sometimes I wonder if it was Dolores I saw that night playing one last prank, or maybe it was something darker, something that had been in that house long before Dolores and her friends moved in. All I know is that whoever, whatever, I saw wasn't my mother, even though it wore her face. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still think about those smudged mascara eyes staring blankly at me in the dark hallway. And I wonder what would have happened if I'd followed her back into that bedroom. I don't think I ever want to know the answer. Story 3. I still can't explain what happened that day at Westfield College. It's been 3 months, and I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, questioning faces I thought I knew well. I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff, but after what I experienced, I don't know what to believe anymore. It was a regular Tuesday in October. The weather was starting to get cooler, and most of us were wearing light jackets. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary that morning. I got up, got ready, and headed to campus for my 8:30 lecture on marketing analytics. Vikram and I met up between classes around 11, as we usually did. We've been friends since high school, 5 years of friendship where you learn every little habit, expression, and mannerism of a person. He realized he'd forgotten his ID card at home, which was a pain because we need them for literally everything on campus. Buying food, marking attendance, accessing buildings, you name it. Arjun, man, I'm starving. Can I borrow your card to grab something from the canteen? I'll get you that chicken wrap you like, Vikram said, already reaching for my card. I handed it over without thinking twice. It wasn't the first time one of us had forgotten our card, and we'd done this before. Just don't lose it. I've got a free period after this and need to get into the West Building study room. Relax, I'll find you right after and give it back, he promised. When the bell rang, we split up. I didn't have a lecture, so I headed to the study room in the West Building with a couple of other friends, Rohan and Deepa. We had a group project due the following week and wanted to get some work done. The study room was on the second floor, overlooking the main quad. It was a small room with 4 tables, and we took the one by the window. We'd been working for about 45 minutes when I started wondering where Vikram was with my ID card. I needed it for my next class, which was in an hour. I texted him, but didn't get a response right away. Not unusual. He's always silencing his phone during classes. Around 12:30, the door to the study room opened. I looked up expecting to see Vikram's familiar face, and I did. Sort of. The person who walked in looked like Vikram, but something felt immediately off. He was wearing the same clothes Vikram had on earlier, a navy blue hoodie and jeans, but his whole demeanor was different. He kept his head down, avoiding eye contact, and moved with a strange stiffness I'd never seen in my energetic friend. "Hey, did you get something to eat?" I asked, trying to sound normal despite the weird feeling in my stomach. The Vikram lookalike didn't respond right away. He approached our table with slow, deliberate steps and placed my ID card on the table in front of me, still not making eye contact. "Thanks," I said, picking up the card. "Want to join us? We're working on the marketing project." That's when he finally spoke, and my blood ran cold. The voice was Vikram's, but completely flat, emotionless. "I'll be back in some time." No inflection, no life behind the words. I remember feeling a chill run up my spine. The fluorescent lights in the study room suddenly seemed too bright, too harsh. Before I could say anything else, not Vikram turned and walked out, his movements jerky and unnatural. Rohan and Deepa hadn't really looked up from their laptops during this brief exchange. I sat there, staring at the door, trying to make sense of what just happened. Maybe Vikram wasn't feeling well, but I'd seen him sick before, and this was different. This felt wrong on a fundamental level. I was still processing when the door opened again, not even 2 minutes later, and there was Vikram, the real Vikram, with his usual easy smile and bouncy walk. He waved at everyone and pulled up a chair next to me. "Hey, I've been looking for you everywhere," he said, dropping his backpack on the floor. "I left your ID card with Professor Sharma in your regular classroom. Couldn't find you there, so I figured you'd be here." I felt the blood drain from my face. "What? No, you just gave me my card, like literally 1 minute ago." Vikram's smile faltered. "What are you talking about? I've been in the North Building looking for you. I just came from Professor Sharma's class." I held up my ID card. "Then who gave me this?" The confusion on his face was genuine. "I don't know, man. I definitely didn't. I left it with Sharma." By this point, Rohan and Deepa were paying attention, looking between us with concerned expressions. "Did you see anyone who looked like Vikram come in here a minute ago?" I asked them. Deepa nodded slowly. "Someone came in, but I was focused on my screen. I just assumed it was Vikram." Rohan shrugged. "Same. I heard the door open but didn't look up." I tried to explain to them what I'd seen, how the person looked like Vikram but didn't act like him, how something felt deeply wrong. As I was talking, a cold realization hit me. The North and West buildings were on opposite sides of campus, connected by a single pathway that wound through the quad. It would take at least 7 or 8 minutes to walk from one to the other. There's no way someone could have gotten the card from Professor Sharma and made it here before you, I said to Vikram. It's physically impossible. Unless they ran really fast, Deepa suggested, but even she didn't sound convinced. Vikram shook his head. No way. Plus, Professor Sharma wouldn't just give your ID to anyone. She knows we're friends, but still. Let's go ask her, I said, already standing up. We packed our stuff quickly and headed to the north building. The whole way there, I kept looking around, half expecting to see the other Vikram somewhere. The campus felt different suddenly. The familiar buildings and walkways, now holding unknown corners where something could be hiding. Professor Sharma was still in her classroom, grading papers. She looked up when we walked in. Ah, Arjun, did Vikram find you? He was looking for you earlier. Professor, did you give my ID card to anyone after Vikram left it with you? I asked. She furrowed her brow. No, I didn't. Vikram asked me to hold on to it for you. It should still be here. She reached into her desk drawer, then frowned. That's strange, it's not here. I'm sure I put it right in this drawer. Vikram and I exchanged glances. I pulled out my ID card, the one not Vikram had handed me, and showed it to her. Is this the one you had? She nodded, confused. Yes, that looks like it, but I don't understand how you have it. I didn't give it to anyone. We left Professor Sharma's classroom more disturbed than before. In the hallway, Vikram grabbed my arm. Dude, what the hell is going on? Who took your card from Sharma, and why would they pretend to be me? I shook my head. I don't know, but whoever, or whatever it was, they looked exactly like you. Same clothes, same face. But they didn't act like you at all. We decided to check the security cameras. Westfield has cameras at most building entrances, so we went to the security office and asked if we could review the footage. The guard was reluctant at first, but when we explained it might be a case of identity theft or impersonation, he agreed to help. We watched the footage from the West Building entrance around the time not Vikram would have entered. The camera showed people coming and going, but there was no sign of Vikram or anyone who looked like him entering the building before the real Vikram arrived. That's impossible, I said. I saw him. Deepa saw him too. The security guard suggested we check the second-floor hallway camera, which had a view of the study room door. This footage was even more disturbing. It showed the door opening around 12:30, just as I remembered. But no one entered. The door simply opened and then closed again about 30 seconds later. The camera must be faulty, the guard said, frowning at the screen, but I knew what I'd seen. Something, had been in that room with us. Something that looked like Vikram, but wasn't him. Something that somehow knew about my ID card and retrieved it from Professor Sharma's desk without her knowledge. We spent the rest of the day going through other camera footage, talking to people who might have seen something and trying to make sense of what happened. But we found nothing. No explanation. No answers. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind. The way not Vikram moved, the emptiness in his voice, the feeling of wrongness that surrounded him. I've known Vikram for years. Every expression, every mannerism. This thing had his face, but none of his essence. The next few days were tense. Vikram and I stuck together between classes, both of us jumping at shadows and scrutinizing every passing face. We told a few close friends what happened, but most people just thought we were playing a prank or had some miscommunication. But we know what we experienced. Something was on our campus that day. Something that could look like someone we knew. Something that could move without being seen by cameras. Something that had some unknown interest in me or my ID card. I've researched similar experiences since then. There are stories of doppelgangers, mimics, skinwalkers, entities that can take on the appearance of humans. Some cultures believe seeing your double is an omen of death. Others talk about shapeshifters or interdimensional beings that can slip between realities. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I saw and what I felt. That bone-deep certainty that whatever came to me in that study room wasn't human, despite wearing a human face. It's been 3 months, and nothing like this has happened again. But sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I think I see someone familiar moving in an unfamiliar way. Sometimes in crowded hallways, I catch glimpses of faces that don't quite match the people wearing them. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if that thing could look like Vikram so perfectly that only someone who knew him well would notice the difference. How many others like it are out there? How many people pass us every day who aren't really people at all? I still have my ID card. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, wondering if it's really mine, or if it's somehow different from the one I handed to Vikram that morning. There's no way to know. Whatever happened that day at Westfield College remains unexplained. But I know what I saw. And I know that now, whenever Vikram texts to say he's coming over, I always ask him a question only the real Vikram would know the answer to, just to be sure. Story 4. I've kept this to myself for nearly 4 years now, but I can't anymore. What I saw that night at Central State Hospital has been eating at me, and writing it down might help me process it. Maybe someone here has seen something similar or can offer an explanation. I don't know. I'm a firefighter with the Milledgeville Fire Department. Been doing this job for 12 years now, and I've seen some shit. House fires, car wrecks, industrial accidents. But nothing prepared me for what happened in 2019. It was around midnight in early October when we got the call. Fire alarm activation at the abandoned men's prison on the old Central State Hospital campus. If you're not familiar with Central State, it was once the largest mental hospital in the world. The place is massive, over 200 buildings spread across almost 2,000 acres. Most of it's abandoned now, just sitting there rotting away. The prison building itself had been empty for decades. The dispatcher said a security guard had confirmed visible smoke, so we knew it wasn't just a false alarm. My engine company was first due, and as we pulled up, I could see wisps of smoke seeping from some broken windows on the second floor. The building was this massive brick structure, probably built in the 1920s, with bars still on many of the windows. Even without the smoke, that place would have given me the creeps. Captain Wilson assigned me and Roberts to make entry with a hose line while he and Davis set up ventilation. The security guard met us at the entrance, an older guy named Pete, who looked nervous as hell. "Glad you boys are here," he said, handing us a ring of keys. "Second floor, east wing. Haven't been up there myself. These old buildings, they ain't right." I remember thinking he was just spooked by the fire, but looking back, I think he knew something. Roberts and I masked up and made our way inside. The building smelled like all abandoned places do, mold, dust, and decay. But there was something else underneath, something I couldn't place. The ground floor was mostly empty, with peeling paint and debris scattered everywhere. Water dripped from the ceiling where pipes had burst years ago. We found the stairwell and made our way up to the second floor. The smoke was thicker here, but not too bad yet. Following the smoke, we tracked the fire to a room about halfway down the east corridor. It wasn't a big fire, just some old mattresses and trash that someone had piled up and lit, probably homeless people or teenagers looking for a thrill. We knocked it down pretty quickly. Standard procedure. Nothing unusual yet. After the initial knockdown, Captain radioed that they were bringing in some fans to clear the smoke. Roberts needed to go back to the truck for more gear, so we decided I'd stay and finish overhauling while he grabbed what we needed. Another crew member, Mitchell, had made his way up to help. "Feed me some hose while I check for extension," Mitchell said, heading into the fire room. So there I was, alone in this dark hallway of an abandoned asylum prison. The power had been off for years, and the only light came from my flashlight and the glow from Mitchell's light in the room behind me. The smoke was starting to clear, but the hallway ahead of me was still dark as pitch. I was feeding hose to Mitchell, standing maybe 15 feet from the door we'd entered through. That's when I felt it, this sudden drop in temperature. It wasn't gradual. It was like walking into a freezer. My breath fogged in front of my face, which made no sense given how warm it had been from the fire. I swept my flashlight down the hallway, and that's when I saw it. About 60 or 70 feet away stood something. I say something because calling it a person doesn't feel right. It was tall, 7, maybe 8 feet, impossibly thin with shoulders too narrow for its height. But what really struck me was how dark it was. Not just dark like a shadow, but darker than the darkness around it, like a hole cut out of reality. And the eyes. Jesus, the eyes. 2 pinpricks of red light, glowing but not illuminating anything around them. Just these 2 floating red dots in this unnaturally black silhouette. I froze. My training, my experience, everything just went out the window. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My radio crackled with someone asking for a progress report, but I couldn't answer. All I could do was stare at this thing, and it stared back at me. The worst part was the feeling that came with it, this overwhelming sense of dread and misery, like all the suffering that had ever happened in this building was concentrated in this one spot. I've never felt anything like it before or since. We stood there, locked in this staring contest for what felt like an eternity, but was probably less than a minute. Then Mitchell called from the room behind me. "Hey, Connors, we're good in here. Let's back out and get some better lighting." I couldn't respond. I just kept staring. "Connors, you hear me?" I finally managed to tear my eyes away and glance over my shoulder toward Mitchell's voice. When I looked back, not even a full second later, the hallway was empty. The figure was gone. The temperature returned to normal almost instantly. "Yeah," I finally croaked out. "Coming." I backed up toward Mitchell, never taking my eyes off that hallway. I didn't tell him what I'd seen, didn't tell anyone that night. What was I supposed to say? That I saw some kind of shadow monster in an abandoned asylum? They'd think I was losing it. We finished the job, packed up and headed back to the station. I was quiet the rest of the shift. Couldn't sleep when I tried. I kept seeing those red eyes when I closed mine. A week went by. I almost convinced myself it was just smoke inhalation or stress or something, playing tricks on my mind. Almost. Then I was having coffee with Sarah, a firefighter from Station 8, which covers the hospital grounds. We were talking about the fire, and I was about to mention what I'd seen when she said something that made my blood run cold. That old prison building gives me the creeps. The whole campus does, actually. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "Why's that?" She hesitated, glancing around like she was worried someone would overhear. "You're gonna think I'm crazy," she said. "Try me." About 6 months ago, we were doing pre-fire planning inspections in the Jones building. That's on the complete opposite side of the campus from the prison, middle of the afternoon, broad daylight. I was taking notes in this old ward, and when I looked up... She paused, taking a sip of coffee with slightly shaky hands. There was this figure standing at the end of the hall, tall, like impossibly tall, 7 or 8 feet at least, skinny as a rail, and dark. Not like a shadow, but darker than that, like it was absorbing the light around it. My mouth went dry. "Did it have eyes?" I asked, already knowing the answer. She looked at me sharply. "Yes, red ones, glowing red dots." "How did you know?" I told her then. Everything I'd seen that night. We compared notes, and the descriptions matched perfectly. Same height, same unnatural thinness, same light-absorbing darkness, same glowing red eyes. But here's the thing that really got to me. She saw it in a completely different building, in broad daylight, months before I did. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't confined to one spot. It moved around the campus. It wasn't tied to nighttime or darkness, and we weren't the only ones who'd seen it. After that conversation, I started asking around discreetly. A security guard mentioned seeing the tall man near the Powell building. A maintenance worker refused to go into certain areas alone. Even some of the administrative staff in the few buildings still in use had stories about feeling watched or seeing something out of the corner of their eye. The history of Central State is pretty dark, From 1842 until it started closing down in the 1970s, thousands of patients lived and died there. Some of the treatments they used back then were basically torture: ice baths, insulin shock therapy, lobotomies. The prison building where I saw the entity housed the criminally insane for decades. I've tried researching similar sightings online. Shadow people are a thing, apparently, but most descriptions don't match what Sarah and I saw. Ours was taller, more defined. And those eyes... I went back once in daylight, off duty, just drove around the campus looking at the buildings. There are so many of them, most falling apart now. I didn't go inside any, didn't need to. I could feel it watching me from somewhere among those decaying structures. I haven't responded to any more calls at Central State since then. I always find a reason to stay with the engine or handle something else. My captain thinks I'm being lazy, but I don't care. I'm not going back in those buildings. Sometimes I wake up at night feeling like those red eyes are watching me from the corner of my bedroom. I turn on the light, and there's nothing there, but the feeling lingers. What was it? A ghost? Some kind of entity? I don't know. I've been a practical, level-headed person my whole life. I never believed in the supernatural before this. Now, I'm not so sure. All I know is that something inhuman is walking the grounds of Central State Hospital, something that doesn't belong in this world, and it's been there a long time, probably since the place was built. Watching, waiting. For what? I don't want to know. Story 5. I still get a chill running up my spine when I think about that afternoon back in 1995. I was 13 at the time, and Alex, my best friend since 3rd grade, was over at my house playing Mortal Kombat on my Sega Genesis. It was just an ordinary Saturday in October, nothing special about it. My parents were out grocery shopping, and my older brother Dan was supposed to be at soccer practice. Our house wasn't anything fancy, just a standard 2-story in a middle-class neighborhood in Michigan. The layout is important to understand what happened. When you walked through the front door, you'd be standing in this small entryway with the staircase directly in front of you, going up to the 2nd floor. If you turned left, you'd be in our living room, where Alex and I were playing video games. We were deep into our game, trash-talking each other like we always did. I remember I was playing as Sub-Zero and had just frozen Alex's character when we heard the front door slam open. It hit the wall with that familiar bang that always made my mom yell at us for being too rough with the door. Without even looking, I knew it was my brother Dan. He had this way of entering a room like a hurricane, no subtlety whatsoever. I heard him stomping through the entryway, and as he passed the living room entrance, he yelled something upstairs that I couldn't make out. It sounded angry, but Dan was always kind of moody, especially after soccer practice. What did he say? Alex asked, pausing the game. No idea, I replied. I got up and walked to the doorway between the living room and the entryway. The front door was wide open, letting in the cold October air. Dan was nowhere to be seen, but I could hear his footsteps upstairs. Dan, I called up the stairs. What did you say? And close the door next time, jerk. No response. Dan! I yelled louder, still nothing. I shrugged and closed the front door myself. Whatever, I muttered, returning to the living room where Alex was waiting. Your brother's such a dick sometimes, Alex said, unpausing the game. Tell me about it, I agreed, picking up my controller. We went back to playing, and I was just about to win the match when something happened that I still can't explain to this day. The front door, the same door I had just closed, suddenly slammed open again. But this time, it didn't just hit the wall, it hit me. I was sitting with my back partially toward the entryway, and the edge of the door caught me hard between my shoulder blades. What the... I started to say, turning around in pain and confusion. That's when I saw Dan again, my brother, the same brother who had just gone upstairs not even 30 minutes ago. He pushed past me roughly. Move it, wuss, he said, shoving me aside as he charged toward the stairs. He was wearing his soccer uniform, grass-stained knees, muddy cleats and all, just like before. He thundered up the stairs, and I heard his bedroom door slam shut. I stood there rubbing my back where the door had hit me, trying to process what had just happened. "Dude," Alex said, his voice barely above a whisper. "What the actual hell?" I turned to look at him, and the expression on his face made my stomach drop. He was pale, controller forgotten in his hands, eyes wide with confusion and fear. "What?" I asked, though some part of me already knew what he was going to say. "Dan was already upstairs," Alex said slowly. "He came home, left the door open and went upstairs. You closed the door. How did he just come in again?" I felt a cold wave wash over me. "No, he must have gone back out without us noticing." Alex shook his head. "Miguel, the door was closed. You closed it. We've been sitting here the whole time. He never came back down." "That's impossible," I said, but my voice sounded weak even to me. "And the door," Alex continued, his voice getting higher. "It was already open the first time Dan came in. You closed it, so how did he open it again just now?" We stared at each other for a long moment. Then almost in unison, we looked toward the stairs. "Dan!" I called out. "Dan!" After a few seconds, I heard a muffled "What?" from upstairs. "Can you come down here for a second?" There was an audible groan, followed by the sound of a door opening and heavy footsteps. Dan appeared at the top of the stairs, looking annoyed. He was wearing his soccer uniform, but now he had changed out of his cleats into socks. "What do you want?" "I just got in, and I'm trying to change." Alex and I exchanged looks. "When did you get home?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Dan rolled his eyes. "Like 2 minutes ago. I came in, you were in the way, and I went upstairs. What's your problem? You didn't come home earlier, like half an hour ago?" Dan stared at me like I was an idiot. "No, practice just ended. Coach made us run extra laps because Jenkins was being a smart-ass." "But you came in and the door was open and you yelled something as you went upstairs," I insisted. "What are you talking about? I just got home." "Both times you left the front door open," Alex chimed in, his voice trembling slightly. Dan's expression shifted from annoyed to confused. "Both times? What both times?" "I only came home once just now, and yeah, I probably left the door open. So what?" My heart was racing now. "So you didn't come home, go upstairs, and then somehow come home again? Are you guys high or something?" Dan asked, now looking at us with genuine concern. "I literally just got home from practice." "But we saw you," Alex said quietly. "Twice." Dan came down a few steps, staring at us intently. "Okay, very funny. Nice prank. I'm going to finish changing now." He turned and went back upstairs, muttering something about weird little freaks under his breath. As soon as he was gone, Alex and I looked at each other. "You saw it too, right?" I whispered. Alex nodded vigorously. "Both times. He came in, left the door open, went upstairs, you closed the door, then like half an hour later he came in again, hit you with the door, called you a wuss, and went upstairs." "But how is that possible?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Alex shook his head. "I don't know, but it happened. We both saw it." We sat down on the living room floor, the video game completely forgotten. I felt cold all over, like someone had replaced my blood with ice water. "Maybe," Alex started, then stopped. "Maybe we imagined the first time." I shook my head. "Both of us? The same exact thing? And I remember closing the door, Alex. I specifically remember closing it because Dan left it open and it was getting cold." "Okay, then maybe we imagined the second time," Alex suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. "The door hit me, Alex. I felt it. My back still hurts." I reached around and rubbed the spot where the door had caught me. There would probably be a bruise there tomorrow. We sat in silence for a while, trying to make sense of what we had witnessed. But there was no making sense of it. It was as if reality had glitched, like when our Nintendo cartridges would sometimes freeze and we'd have to take them out and blow on them to get them working again. Except this was real life. "Should we tell someone?" Alex asked finally. I thought about it for a moment. Who would believe us? Dan doesn't even believe us, and he's the one it happened to. Your parents? I laughed humorlessly. Yeah, right. Hey, Mum and Dad. We saw Dan come home twice without leaving in between. We think the universe is broken. Alex cracked a small smile at that, but it quickly faded. So what do we do? I shrugged. I don't know. Nothing, I guess. What can we do? We tried to go back to playing video games, but our hearts weren't in it anymore. Every time we heard a noise from upstairs, we both flinched. Eventually, Alex said he needed to get home for dinner, though I could tell he just wanted to get out of my house. I couldn't blame him. After he left, I went upstairs and stood outside Dan's door for a long time, debating whether to confront him again. In the end, I didn't. What was the point? He didn't remember coming home twice, and why would he? To him, it had only happened once. That night, I lay awake in bed, replaying the events over and over in my mind. I thought about every possibility, that Alex and I had somehow hallucinated the whole thing, that Dan was playing an elaborate prank, that I had fallen asleep while playing and dreamed the first entrance. But none of those explanations felt right. What we had seen was real. The next day, I called Alex on the phone. Do you still remember what happened yesterday? I asked without preamble. Yeah, he replied quietly. I couldn't sleep at all last night thinking about it. Me neither. Miguel, what was that? People don't just duplicate like that. I don't know, I admitted, but we both saw it. We made a pact that day to never tell anyone else about what we had witnessed. Who would believe us? We'd sound crazy, but we knew what we had seen. In the weeks that followed, I found myself watching Dan closely, looking for any sign that he might do it again, appear in two places at once, or repeat an entrance he'd already made, but it never happened again. Life went on normally, or as normally as it could when you've seen something that should be impossible. Years passed. Alex and I remained friends, and occasionally when we were alone, we'd bring up the Dan thing, as we came to call it. We never found an explanation. As we got older, I even looked into quantum physics and parallel universes, wondering if somehow for just a brief moment, two different realities had overlapped in my house that day. But those were just theories, guesses in the dark. I'm 39 now. Dan is 42, married with kids of his own. He still doesn't know about what happened that day, or if he does, he's never let on. Sometimes I'm tempted to ask him about it again, now that we're adults. But I always stop myself. What would be the point? But I know what Alex and I saw. My brother came home twice that day, without ever leaving in between. He opened a door that was already closed because he had left it open in a version of events that somehow got overwritten or repeated. For a brief moment, reality itself seemed to stutter, to hiccup, to glitch. And sometimes, even now, I find myself looking over my shoulder when I hear a door open, half expecting to see someone walk through who's already inside. Story 6. I still get chills thinking about what happened 5 years ago. I've never told this story publicly because, well, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. And maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I used to work at a small marketing firm in Nebraska, just 12 of us, in a converted Victorian house that served as our office. My boss, Jim, was more than just my employer. He was my spiritual mentor, the minister who officiated my wedding to Sarah, and someone I genuinely considered a friend. Our connection went beyond work. Sarah had even helped deliver Jim's daughter when the midwife got stuck in a snowstorm. We were like family. Jim had been a pillar in our church community for over 20 years. He could quote scripture effortlessly and led our Wednesday night Bible study. I remember how he would bring coffee for everyone and always had this calming presence that made you feel like everything would be okay. That's why his transformation was so shocking. It started on a Monday in March. Jim walked in looking different, not physically, but something in his eyes had changed. When I greeted him, With our usual blessed morning, a habit we shared, he just stared at me and walked to his office without responding. During our morning meeting, he announced he'd had what he called an epiphany over the weekend. He didn't elaborate, but throughout that week little comments started slipping out. "The Bible is just stories written by men with agendas," he said during lunch one day. I nearly choked on my sandwich. By the second week, Jim had completely transformed. The man who once led prayer circles was now openly mocking my faith. "Still believing in fairy tales, Mark," he'd say when he saw me reading my Bible during lunch break. Or he'd loudly question how I could still buy into that control system whenever I mentioned church activities. It wasn't just uncomfortable, it was bewildering. Imagine if your vegetarian friend of 20 years suddenly started eating raw steaks and ridiculing you for not doing the same. That level of personality change. The tension kept building over the next couple of months. Jim knew exactly which buttons to push with me because he knew my faith intimately. He'd twist scriptures I loved into mocking jokes or bring up theological questions he knew would disturb me, framing them as just trying to help you see the truth. Then came that day in June. It was unusually hot, and our office's AC was struggling. I remember because the back of my shirt was sticking to my chair as I worked on a client presentation. Jim and I were alone in the main workspace. Everyone else was either at lunch or in meetings across town. I was focused on my computer when movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention. At first, I thought someone had come in through the back door, which was weird because I hadn't heard it open. When I turned to look, my blood went cold. About 15 feet away, near the hallway leading to Jim's office, stood what I can only describe as a figure in a brown hooded cloak, like a monk or something from a medieval painting. It was slightly translucent. I could see the wall pattern behind it, but solid enough that I could make out the folds in the fabric. Where a face should have been was just darkness. I froze. This wasn't a shadow or trick of the light. This was happening in broad daylight, with sunlight streaming through the windows. The figure stood motionless for maybe 3 seconds, then suddenly moved toward Jim, who had his back turned while looking at something on the wall. It didn't walk. It kind of glided rapidly, without the fabric of its cloak moving naturally, like watching footage played at high speed. I tried to shout a warning, but my voice caught in my throat. Before I could make a sound, the figure reached Jim and just disappeared into him, like it had been absorbed or merged with his body. One moment it was there, the next it was gone. Jim shivered violently and rolled his shoulders like someone had poured ice water down his back. I must have made some kind of noise because he turned around and gave me an irritated look. "What?" he snapped. My hands were trembling so badly I knocked over my coffee mug. "Jim," I managed to say, "did you feel that? There was something. Someone just went into you." His expression changed from irritation to intense focus. He walked over to my desk and leaned down, his face uncomfortably close to mine. "What did you see? Exactly what did you see?" His voice was urgent, almost desperate. I described the cloaked figure, and with each detail, Jim's face grew paler. When I finished, he straightened up and paced around, running his hands through his hair repeatedly. "What does it mean?" he demanded, as if I would know. "Is it confirmation? Is it a sign?" He wasn't making sense. "A sign of what, Jim?" I asked. He just stared at me for a long moment before muttering, "You wouldn't understand yet," and walked back to his office, slamming the door behind him. I sat there shaking, trying to process what had happened. Was I losing my mind? Had I really seen a ghost or spirit or whatever it was? I'm not the type who sees things. I've never had any paranormal experiences before or since. After that day, Jim's behavior grew even more erratic and hostile. In meetings, he would single me out, saying things like, "Mark still clings to his superstitions, but the rest of us live in reality." If I mentioned anything about faith, even casually. He would launch into these angry tirades about religious oppression and mind control. What hurt most was how he used his intimate knowledge of my beliefs against me. He knew exactly which doubts had troubled me in the past and would bring them up in front of others. Hey Mark, still struggling with how a loving God allows children to suffer? No answer yet? Thought not. About 3 weeks after the incident with the cloaked figure, Jim called me into his office and closed the door. His expression was oddly sympathetic. Mark, he said, leaning forward, I've come to realize something important. You're a heretic. I almost laughed, thinking it was a bizarre joke, but his face remained serious. You're clinging to outdated interpretations, he continued. The real truth is what I've discovered. If you were truly spiritual, you'd see it too. He spoke with such conviction, as if he'd been studying these new beliefs for decades instead of weeks. Jim, I said carefully, we used to share the same faith. What happened? His eyes flashed with anger. I woke up, and you will too. I give you 10 years, Max. You'll abandon all this nonsense just like I did. I remember feeling a chill at his words, like a prediction or curse. Things deteriorated rapidly after that conversation. Other employees noticed the tension, and work became unbearable. Jim would make snide comments about my imaginary friend in the sky during client meetings. I started avoiding the break room, eating lunch in my car, just to get away from his constant mockery. The breaking point came in August. My grandfather, who had helped raise me after my dad died, suffered a massive stroke. The doctor said he likely wouldn't make it through the weekend. I called Jim on Friday morning to tell him I needed to drive to Iowa to say goodbye. His response still makes my blood boil when I think about it. Mark, we have the Hendrickson presentation on Monday. I need you here to finalize it. Jim, my grandfather is dying, I said, shocked. I need to be with him. There was a pause before he responded coldly, You have a choice. Say goodbye to your grandfather and don't come back or be here Monday morning. I quit on the spot. I spent that weekend with my grandfather, holding his hand as he passed away Sunday morning. Even through my grief, I felt relief knowing I'd never have to work with Jim again. In the years since, I've heard bits about Jim through mutual acquaintances. He left our church completely, then cycled through several spiritual movements, some New Age group, then something about cosmic consciousness, eventually landing in what sounds like atheism. Meanwhile, my own faith has deepened, maybe partly in defiance of his prediction. Last year, I ran into Jim's wife at the grocery store. We made awkward small talk, and then she mentioned Jim had been struggling with episodes, her word. When I asked what she meant, she lowered her voice and said he sometimes complained about feeling like he wasn't alone in his own skin, especially at night. I didn't tell her about what I saw that day in the office. I still don't know what that cloaked figure was. A demon? A spirit of deception? Some manifestation of mental illness that somehow became visible to me? I've researched similar accounts but found nothing quite matching what I experienced. Whatever it was, I'm convinced it changed Jim fundamentally. The man who had been like a spiritual father to me, who held my wife's hands as we exchanged our vows, who prayed over my mother when she had cancer. That man disappeared the day the cloaked figure merged with him. Sometimes I wake up at night wondering if that thing is still inside him, still influencing him, and sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it can find me too. I've never seen anything like it since that day, but I still check the corners of rooms when I'm alone, just in case. Some things you just can't unsee, you know? Has anyone else experienced something like this? I'm not even sure what to call it. A spiritual attack, a haunting, whatever it was, it cost me a mentor and friend, and I still don't understand why. Story 7. I've been hesitant to write this down for years. I guess part of me hoped that if I never acknowledged it, these things would eventually stop happening to me. They haven't. If anything, they've gotten worse over time. I'm hoping that by sharing this, someone out there might recognize what's going on, or at least help me feel less alone in this nightmare. I was 8 years old when it first happened. We lived in Pinehurst, this small, quiet town where everyone knew everyone else's business. Our house was nothing special, just a typical two-story family home with 3 bedrooms and a backyard where my dad had built me a swing set. I had a normal childhood up until that point. Looking back, I realize how blissfully ordinary everything was. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway on the 2nd floor. I had these glow-in-the-dark stars on my ceiling that I'd stare at before falling asleep. My mom had painted the walls light purple because it was my favorite color back then. My wardrobe stood opposite my bed, this dark wooden thing that had belonged to my grandmother. I always hated that wardrobe, even before what happened. It was a Tuesday night in October. I remember because we'd had a math test that day, and I'd been nervous about it. Mom had made my favorite dinner, chicken enchiladas, as a treat. After dinner, I took a bath, put on my pajamas with the little cartoon frogs on them, and went to bed around 8:30. Everything was completely normal. I woke up in the middle of the night. I've always been a light sleeper, so this wasn't unusual. What was unusual was the time, 2:17 according to the digital clock beside my bed, and the fact that someone was standing by my wardrobe. It was my mom, or at least it looked exactly like my mom. She was wearing her usual daytime clothes, jeans, and that blue cardigan she loved. Her hair was pulled back in its usual ponytail. She was even holding the wicker laundry basket she always used. Everything about her looked right. Everything, except it didn't feel right. "Mom," I called out, sitting up in bed. The figure just stood there, staring at me, not moving, just breathing slow, deliberate breaths that seemed too measured, too perfect. "Mom?" I called again, louder this time. "What are you doing?" Nothing. No response, just that same empty stare. That's when I felt it, this overwhelming sense of wrongness. My entire body went cold. I remember the goosebumps rising on my arms, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. Have you ever looked at something and just known, deep in your gut, that it's not what it appears to be? That's what I felt. Whatever was standing there looked like my mother down to the smallest detail, but it wasn't her. It couldn't be her. I pulled my covers up to my chin, my heart beating so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I couldn't look away. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes that we stayed like that. Me frozen in terror, and that thing just standing there watching me with my mother's face. Then without warning it moved, not toward me, thank God. It turned slowly, mechanically, and faced the wardrobe. Then it just stood there, basket in hand, back to me. I dove under my covers and squeezed my eyes shut. I was hyperventilating, tears streaming down my face. I wanted to scream for my real mom, but I was terrified that if I made another sound, the thing would come for me. Eventually, I must have passed out from fear or exhaustion. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight was streaming through my curtains, and there was no sign of what I'd seen. I ran to my parents' bedroom. They were both there, my mom just waking up in her actual pajamas. I tried to tell them what happened, but they brushed it off as a nightmare. My mom assured me she'd been in bed all night. She wasn't a sleepwalker, never had been. My dad joked that I shouldn't watch scary movies before bed, even though I hadn't. The thing is, I know what I saw. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't my imagination. The details were too clear, too specific. That thing was wearing my mom's daytime clothes at 2 in the morning. It was holding her laundry basket. It was breathing in a way that no human breathes. And most importantly, it wasn't responding to me. That was just the beginning. About 3 years after the doppelganger incident, something else happened that I still can't explain. I woke up one night to find myself standing in our kitchen. The strangest part? I had no memory of getting out of bed or walking downstairs. 1 minute I was asleep, and the next I was standing in front of our open refrigerator, the cold air hitting my face. I might have brushed it off as sleepwalking, except for what happened next. I felt my body turn, but I wasn't the one turning it. It was like being a passenger in my own skin. I watched as my hand reached out and punched in the code to our home security system, a code I didn't even know. Then my body walked to the front door, unlocked it and opened it wide. All the while I was screaming inside my head, trying desperately to regain control, but nothing worked. It was like being trapped behind glass, watching someone else operate my body with terrifying precision. I stood there in the doorway for what felt like forever, my body not moving, but my mind racing in panic. Then, suddenly, I was back in control. I slammed the door shut, relocked it, and ran upstairs to wake my parents. They were concerned, of course, but again, chalked it up to sleepwalking. When I mentioned the security code, my dad seemed troubled. He questioned me about how I knew it, but I insisted I didn't. At least, not consciously. He changed the code the next day. As I got older, other strange things started happening. I began having these feelings. Premonitions, I guess you could call them. I'd know when the phone was about to ring and who would be calling. I'd feel a sudden anxiety about a trip, only to later discover our flight had been cancelled or our car had broken down. And then there were the spiders. God, the spiders. They follow me everywhere. Every house I've lived in, from my childhood home to my college dorm to my current apartment, has been infested with them. Not just one or two, dozens, sometimes hundreds. I've had pest control come out multiple times. I've deep cleaned every corner. Nothing helps. The weirdest part? They never bite me. They just watch. I'll wake up to find them perched on my ceiling, my dresser, my nightstand, always watching. My mum thinks I have some kind of sensitivity to energies or spirits or whatever. She says it runs in the family. My grandparents were dowsers who could find water and lost objects using nothing but bent wire hangers. I always rolled my eyes at those stories when I was younger. Now I'm not so sure. I've tried to be rational about all this. I'm actually a pretty logical person in most ways. I work in software development, for God's sake. I deal with cold, hard facts and clear solutions, but there's no logical explanation for what's happened to me. The doppelganger incident haunts me the most. I've researched similar phenomena and found cases of vardøgers in Norwegian folklore, a kind of phantom double that precedes a person's arrival. But this wasn't that. My mother wasn't about to arrive. She was asleep in her bed, and it wasn't just a quick glimpse or a shadow. It was a fully formed, three-dimensional copy of her, standing in my room for minutes on end. Sometimes I wonder if it was trying to communicate with me somehow, or maybe it was studying me, learning, preparing for something. That thought keeps me up at night. I've never seen another doppelganger since that night, but I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, watching, waiting. And worse, I can't shake the feeling that whatever happened that night opened some kind of door inside me, a door that I don't know how to close. Last week, I woke up at exactly 2:17 in the morning. My bedroom was cold, much colder than it should have been with the heater running, and for a split second before I fully opened my eyes, I could have sworn I felt someone standing beside my bed watching me. I'm 32 years old now, and I still sleep with a nightlight. I still check under my bed and inside my closet before I go to sleep. I still can't look at wicker laundry baskets without feeling sick to my stomach. I don't know what that thing was that wore my mother's face. I don't know why these strange things keep happening to me. All I know is that ever since that night, I've never felt completely alone, even when there's nobody else around. And I've never felt completely safe, even in broad daylight. I'm writing this now because the feelings are getting stronger. The premonitions are coming more frequently. The spiders are getting bolder. And last night, I woke up to find myself standing in front of my apartment door, my hand on the deadbolt, though I have no memory of getting out of bed. Something is happening. Something is coming. and I think it's been coming for a very long time, ever since that night when I was 8 years old and saw something pretending to be my mother. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to turn to. All I know is that whatever this is, it's not finished with me yet. Story 8. I've never shared this with anyone outside my close circle, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened. I'm still trying to process everything myself. I was 6 years old when my grandparents took me in. My mum was going through some stuff, and it was decided I'd be better off with them for a while. My grandfather had just had a stroke, and my grandmother thought having me around might help his recovery. They'd just bought this beautiful colonial-style house in Elmridge, a quiet suburban neighborhood with good schools and friendly neighbors. Perfect place to raise a kid, right? Wrong. From the moment I set foot in that house, I knew something was off about the basement. The first time my grandmother asked me to go downstairs to grab some canned tomatoes from the pantry, I remember my entire body tensing up. I stood at the top of those wooden steps, staring down into the darkness, and felt this overwhelming sense of dread wash over me, like something was waiting for me down there. I've always been sensitive to things other people can't feel. My mum used to call me her little radar because I could walk into a room and immediately tell if there had been an argument or if someone was sad. This was different, though. This wasn't picking up on human emotions. This was something ancient and angry. I ran down those steps as fast as my little legs could carry me, grabbed the cans, and sprinted back up, feeling like something was right behind me the whole time. I didn't tell my grandmother. I was just a kid, and I didn't have the words to explain what I was feeling. Plus, I didn't want to worry her. She already had enough on her plate with Grandpa's recovery, so I developed strategies. When I had to go down to the basement, I'd turn on all the lights, sing loudly to myself, and move as quickly as possible. I avoided looking in certain corners where the feeling was strongest, especially the area under the stairs and the far end of the basement where the laundry room connected to a small storage area. The basement was J-shaped, and that curved part at the end of the J was the worst. It felt like walking into a mouth. Things got more complicated when I was around 8. My Aunt Sheila went through a nasty divorce and moved in with her daughter, my cousin Ellie. The house was getting crowded, and my grandmother decided the basement would make a good play area for Ellie and me. She set up a little TV down there with our video games and some toys. I remember the look on my grandmother's face when I burst into tears at the news. She thought I was being spoiled, but I was terrified. I tried to explain that the basement felt bad, but she just thought I was making excuses. "Marcus, honey, there's nothing down there but the washing machine and Grandpa's old tools," she said. "You'll get used to it." I never got used to it. Every afternoon when Ellie and I had to play down there, I'd feel that same oppressive weight on my chest, like something was sitting on me. The air felt thick, almost difficult to breathe. The worst part was that Ellie seemed completely oblivious. She'd happily play with her dolls while I sat rigid, constantly glancing around, waiting for something to happen. One afternoon when I was 9, I was alone in the basement looking for a board game. My grandmother was upstairs cooking, and Ellie was at a friend's house. I felt it watching me, a presence so tangible I could almost see it from the corner of my eye. Then the temperature dropped suddenly. I'm not exaggerating. It was like walking into a freezer. My breath came out in visible puffs, and I felt this overwhelming sadness and anger that wasn't mine. I bolted up those stairs so fast I tripped and skinned my knee badly. My grandmother found me crying at the top of the stairs, and I told her I'd just fallen. I couldn't explain the rest. I was afraid she'd think I was crazy or making things up for attention. As I got older, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the typical creepiness of basements. Maybe it was the poor lighting or the musty smell. I even wondered if there was a carbon monoxide leak causing hallucinations. but we had detectors throughout the house that never went off. When I was 14, I went through a phase where I was interested in spiritual cleansing. I secretly bought some sage from a local New Age shop and tried to smudge the basement when my grandparents were out. The sage kept going out. I'd light it, and within seconds, the ember would die, no matter how many times I tried. That scared me more than anything else. Things escalated when I was 18. My grandmother went to visit her sister for a weekend, and I was house-sitting. My boyfriend Jake came over to keep me company. We were watching a movie in the living room when we heard a massive crash from somewhere in the house. It sounded like someone had dropped a box of glass. Jake wanted to check it out immediately, but I was paralyzed with fear. I just knew. It was coming from the basement. Eventually, we looked through the entire house and found nothing broken or out of place. I didn't want to go to the basement, but Jake insisted we check everywhere. The basement looked normal, eerily so. Nothing seemed disturbed. I felt that familiar heaviness, but Jake didn't notice anything unusual. We went back upstairs, and I tried to forget about it. When my grandmother returned 2 days later, she went down to the basement to put away some suitcases and called me down. Her box of old VHS family videos, which had been neatly stacked on a shelf, was scattered violently across the floor. Some tapes were 15 feet away from the shelf, as if they'd been thrown with force. "Did you and Jake have a party down here?" she asked, suspicious. We hadn't. We hadn't touched those tapes, and I'd locked all the doors and windows while she was gone. That was the first time whatever was down there had physically moved something, and it terrified me. I avoided the basement completely after that, making excuses whenever my grandmother needed something from down there. I was in college by then, living in a dorm most of the time, so it wasn't too difficult, until last year. I was 19, home for summer break. My grandmother had hip replacement surgery and asked if I could bring up some old photo albums she wanted to look through during her recovery. They were stored in the basement. I should have asked someone to come with me. I should have waited until Jake could come over, but I didn't want to seem like a scared little kid anymore, so I went down alone. The feeling hit me immediately, that crushing weight on my chest, the sensation of being watched. But this time, it felt concentrated, focused, like it was studying me. I hurried to the storage shelves and found the photo albums. As I was turning to leave, my phone slipped from my pocket and clattered to the floor. When I bent down to pick it up, I felt it, a cold pressure against the back of my neck, like someone breathing on me. My entire body went rigid. And then, I still don't know how to explain this part, I wasn't in control anymore. I watched as my own hand picked up the phone and opened the app store. My fingers started searching for something, a spirit box app. I'd never heard of such a thing, but my body was trying to download it. I felt this overwhelming sense that it wanted to talk to me, to communicate through the app. Somehow, I managed to drop the phone. It was like breaking through a layer of ice. I gasped, suddenly back in control, and ran up those stairs faster than I ever had before, leaving the phone and the albums behind. I didn't go back down for them until Jake came over hours later. That night, I told Jake everything. All the years of feeling watched, the scattered tapes, the cold spots, the oppressive feeling. He believed me, but he also suggested it might be anxiety or an overactive imagination triggered by childhood fears. I needed to know for sure, so a month later, I brought 2 friends to the house when my grandmother was at her book club. Lily is like me, sensitive to energies and places. Tom is the opposite, completely skeptical of anything paranormal. We went down to the basement together. Lily stopped at the bottom of the stairs, her face draining of color. "There's something here," she whispered. "Something old and angry." Tom rolled his eyes, but he followed us as we moved through the different areas of the basement. I showed them the storage area, the laundry room, the old play area. With each room we entered, Lily grew more uncomfortable. "It's following us," she said at one point. "It's moving with us from room to room." Even Tom seemed uneasy by the time we reached the curved part of the J-shaped layout. He kept looking over his shoulder, rubbing his arms like he was cold. We didn't stay long after that. As we left, Lily grabbed my arm at the top of the stairs. "Don't go down there alone again," she said. "Whatever it is, it's fixated on you. It recognizes you." I believed her. I felt it too. A focused attention, like being tracked by a predator. The most disturbing part came a week later. Tom, my skeptical friend, called me in the middle of the night. He'd been having nightmares about the basement. In his dreams, he said, there was something crouched in the corner under the stairs, watching him. He refused to come to my grandmother's house again. My Aunt Sheila and her kids are moving back in with my grandmother next month. Her youngest son is only 4. I'm terrified for them, especially after what happened with the phone. If this thing can influence people, make them do things. What might it do to a child? I've tried researching the history of the house, looking for deaths or tragedies that might explain the presence, but I found nothing unusual. The house was built in the 1960s, and as far as I can tell, we're only the 3rd family to live there. I don't know what to do. I can't convince my grandmother to move. This is her home and she loves it. I can't explain to my aunt why she shouldn't let her kids play in the basement without sounding crazy. All I know is that whatever is down there is getting stronger. It's learning how to affect the physical world, and for some reason, it's been watching me since I was 6 years old. I still have nightmares about being trapped down there, about feeling that cold breath on my neck, about my body moving without my permission. I wake up gasping for air, feeling like something heavy is sitting on my chest. Sometimes, when I visit my grandmother, I swear I can hear faint thumping sounds coming from the basement, like something pacing back and forth, waiting. Story 9. At her. I still don't sleep with the lights off. It's been 8 years since it happened, but some nights I wake up convinced I can feel something grabbing at my ankles. My therapist says writing about it might help, so here goes. I was 14 when we moved to that house on the outskirts of Millfield. It was this old Victorian thing with peeling paint and creaky floors. You know, the kind of place that looks like it was built to be haunted. My parents got it for cheap because the previous owners needed to leave quickly. Should have been our first warning. My dad had lost his job at the factory in our old town, and my mom found work as a nurse at Millfield General. They were both stressed all the time. Dad started drinking more, and Mom would come home exhausted from 12-hour shifts and join him. By 10 o'clock most nights, they were passed out in front of the TV. I hated that house from day one. The basement was the worst. Concrete floors, one tiny window, and this smell like something had died down there years ago and never quite left. My room was on the 2nd floor, but I swear I could still smell that basement stink sometimes, like it was seeping up through the walls. The night it happened was a Tuesday in November. I remember because I had a math test the next day that I hadn't studied for. I couldn't sleep, so around 1 in the morning, I went downstairs to make some warm milk. My parents were asleep on the couch, like usual, empty wine bottles on the coffee table. Our kitchen had this big window overlooking the back porch. Dad had installed one of those motion sensor lights out there because Mom was paranoid about intruders. It was always flickering on when raccoons or stray cats would wander through our yard. I was at the stove heating my milk when I noticed something weird out of the corner of my eye. The porch light, which had been on, suddenly went dark, like something was blocking it. Not like when it turns off naturally, but like something huge was standing right in front of it. My whole body went cold. You know that feeling when your stomach drops and your skin gets all prickly? It was like that, but worse. I slowly turned my head to look directly out the window, and nothing. The light was shining normally again. No shadows, no movement, nothing. I laughed at myself, feeling stupid, just my tired brain playing tricks on me. I poured my milk into a mug and sat down at the kitchen table, trying to calm my nerves. I was thinking about normal teenage stuff, how I was going to fail that math test, how Jessica from English class never noticed me, how I hated this town and this house. That's when it happened again. The porch light dimmed, but differently this time. It was like watching an eclipse. Something was moving in front of it, slowly, deliberately. I told myself it must be going out, that the bulb was dying. I remember gripping my mug so hard my knuckles turned white. I didn't want to look directly at the window, but I couldn't help it. My eyes were drawn there like a magnet. The light was normal again, nothing there. I relaxed a little, took another sip of my milk. That's when I saw it. A black arm, impossibly thin and long, waving right next to me. Not outside the window, but inside the kitchen, right beside my chair. It wasn't like a human arm. It was more like a shadow that had peeled itself off the wall. No texture, no details. Just pure darkness shaped like a limb. And it was moving with purpose. Before I could even scream, it grabbed me. The mug shattered on the floor. The grip was ice cold and strong. So strong, I remember thinking, this can't be real. This can't be happening. But the pain was real. It felt like being grabbed by frozen metal. I tried to yell for my parents, but my voice came out as this pathetic whimper. The thing started dragging me across the kitchen floor toward the basement door. I clawed at the linoleum, trying to grab onto anything. My nails bent backward and broke off as I scratched at the floor. The pain was sharp and immediate, but I barely noticed it compared to the terror of what was happening. My parents were less than 20 feet away in the living room, but they might as well have been in another country. I could hear my dad snoring over the sound of my own desperate gasping. The basement door swung open on its own. I don't remember it creaking. It was just suddenly open, revealing the darkness below. I managed to grab the doorframe with my bloodied hands, holding on for just a second before whatever had me pulled harder. My fingers slipped, leaving smears of blood on the white paint. Down the stairs we went. I bounced and tumbled, my head hitting each step. But the thing never let go of my ankle. It was like being pulled by a truck. I couldn't fight it. At the bottom of the stairs, in the pitch-black basement, the dragging stopped. I lay there on the cold concrete, too terrified to move, too terrified to even cry. The air was thick and smelled like wet soil and something metallic, like old pennies. I could feel it moving around me, not hear it, feel it. Like the air pressure changed as it circled me. My eyes couldn't adjust to the darkness. It was too complete, too absolute, but somehow I knew there were multiple things down there with me. They were whispering, not in English or any language I've ever heard. It was like listening to insects buzzing, but with a rhythm and pattern to it. Sometimes it would get louder, then softer, like they were arguing or discussing something, discussing me. I don't know how long I was down there. Time stopped making sense. I remember moments of cold touches on my face, my arms, my chest, like they were examining me. I tried to curl into a ball, but my body wouldn't respond properly. I was paralyzed with fear, just whimpering and shaking. At some point I felt something sharp press against my forehead, not like a knife, more like a claw or a needle. The pain was intense but brief. I felt something warm trickle down my face. Blood, I guess. The next clear memory I have is walking up the basement stairs, one hand on the railing, the other pressed against the wall for support. My whole body ached. My clothes were torn and dirty. My hands were covered in dried blood from my broken nails. It was morning. Sunlight was streaming through the windows. I could hear my mom in the kitchen, slamming cabinets and cursing about being late for work. When she saw me, she didn't react like you'd expect a mother to react when seeing her son covered in bruises and blood. She just looked annoyed. "Riley, what the hell happened to you? Did you fall down the stairs last night? God, look at your hands." She grabbed my wrists, examining my fingers where the nails had broken off. "What were you doing in the basement anyway? You know it's not finished yet." I tried to tell her what happened, but the words wouldn't come out right. My throat felt raw, like I'd been screaming for hours. All I could manage was, "Something grabbed me." She rolled her eyes. You were probably sleepwalking. I've told your father 100 times to put a lock on that basement door. She looked at the clock on the microwave and sighed. I don't have time for this. You can stay home today, but tomorrow you're back to school, understand? Clean yourself up before your father sees you. That was it. No concern, no questions about the something that grabbed me. She just handed me some band-aids for my fingers and left for work. My dad didn't even notice when he got up. He just grunted at me as he made coffee, didn't say a word about my appearance, then left for his job interview. I spent that day in a daze trying to process what had happened. I took a shower and watched as dirt and blood swirled down the drain. There were bruises on my legs shaped like fingerprints, but too long, too thin to be human. I had a small puncture wound on my forehead, right in the center, that stung when I touched it. The strangest part. After that night, the shadows that had been plaguing me since we moved in, the ones I'd see out of the corner of my eye, the ones I'd convinced myself were just my imagination, they completely stopped. No more movement in my peripheral vision, no more feeling watched, no more cold spots in the house. It was like whatever they wanted from me, they got it that night, and then they left me alone. I've developed theories over the years. Maybe they marked me somehow. Maybe they took something from me I didn't know I had, or maybe they put something inside me that's still there, dormant, waiting. My parents sold that house 2 years later when my dad found a better job in another state. I never told them the full story. What was the point? They wouldn't have believed me. They barely noticed me most days unless I was causing them problems. I'm 22 now. I've had the same recurring nightmare at least once a month since it happened. I'm in that basement again, but this time I can see them, these tall, thin shadows with too many limbs, huddled around me, whispering, and one of them always leans down and says something to me that I can almost understand, but not quite. I wake up from these dreams with that same puncture wound on my forehead throbbing, though the actual mark faded years ago. I don't know what they were or what they wanted. I just know that if you ever see something moving in the corner of your eye, something that shouldn't be there, maybe it's best to keep it there. Don't look directly at it. Don't acknowledge it. Because sometimes, when you finally see them clearly, that's when they see you too. Story 10. So, I've been sitting on this story for a long time, never really told anyone except my girlfriend, who honestly didn't seem to believe me, but after reading through so many of your experiences on here, I think this might be the right place to finally get this off my chest. This all started when I was about 8 years old. We lived in this 2-story house in a pretty normal neighborhood. Nothing fancy, just a quiet street with a small kiosk at the corner where all the kids would buy candy after school. My room was on the 2nd floor, facing the street, with a window that looked out onto our front yard and the road beyond. One summer night, I remember it was super warm, and I had the window cracked open to get some air in. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. It was probably around 10:30 or 11 at night. Just as I was starting to drift off, I heard this horn sound from outside. It wasn't like a car horn, but more like one of those squeeze horns kids have on their bikes. You know the ones. They make this honk-honk sound, with a high and then low tone. This one went exactly like that. Honk-honk twice in a row, with the exact same rhythm each time. I didn't think much of it that first night. I figured it was just some kid riding their bike past the kiosk, even though it was pretty late. I rolled over and fell asleep and honestly forgot about it by morning. A few days later I was in bed again, and I remember I had this teddy bear that I would press against my ear to muffle the street noise. I was right at that point where you're half asleep, where everything starts to feel a bit fuzzy and distant, and then I heard it again. The same exact horn sound, honk-honk twice in a row with the same timing and everything. It was like someone had recorded the sound from a few nights ago and just played it back. This time it caught my attention because it was the same pattern, exactly the same. I sat up in bed and looked out the window, but I couldn't see anyone. The street was empty and it was dark except for the streetlights. After that, it started happening regularly. Not every night, but maybe 2 or 3 times a week, always between 10 p.m. and midnight, and always when I was just about to fall asleep. It was so consistent that it almost felt deliberate, like someone was waiting for that exact moment when I was drifting off. I tried telling my parents about it, but they just said it was probably neighborhood kids playing around. My dad even joked that maybe I had a secret admirer who was too shy to knock on the door. I was only 8, so that just grossed me out more than anything. The weirdest part was that nobody else in my family ever seemed to hear it. My sister's room was right next to mine, facing the same street, but whenever I asked her about it the next morning, she'd just look at me like I was making it up, same with my parents. It was like this sound was meant only for me. After my 10th birthday, I had the most disturbing experience with the horn. I remember it clearly because I'd gotten an iPad for my birthday and I was staying up way past my bedtime playing games on it. My parents thought I was asleep, but I was hidden under my blanket with the brightness turned all the way down. It must have been past midnight. Then I heard it again. Honk, honk, twice in a row, exactly like always. But this time, since I was fully awake, I immediately jumped up and ran to the window. I pulled back the curtain, expecting to finally catch whoever was doing this, but there was no one there. The street was completely empty. And here's the thing that still messes with me to this day. It wasn't dark outside. It was broad daylight, like middle of the day bright, even though it should have been the middle of the night. I could see my entire backyard perfectly clearly, and it was enclosed with this tall fence that would have been impossible for someone to climb quickly enough to disappear. I stood there frozen for what felt like forever, just staring out the window. Then I blinked, and everything was back to normal. Dark night, streetlights, empty road. I was so freaked out that I couldn't sleep at all that night. I kept the light on until morning. Over the years, the pattern continued. Sometimes the horn would disappear for weeks or even months, making me think it was finally over. But then it would come back, especially during summer months. I noticed it happened most often when my window was open, but not always. There were plenty of times when everything was closed up tight, and I'd still hear that distinct honk honk sound twice in a row. By the time I was 13 or 14, I'd gotten so used to it that it didn't scare me anymore. In fact, it became almost comforting in a weird way. I started to think of it as some kind of friendly ghost or something. I know that sounds stupid, but when you live with something strange for that long, you start to normalize it. It was like clockwork, always the same sound, same pattern, same timing. I'd be lying in bed getting sleepy, and there it would be, honk honk twice, like some kind of friends wanting to say goodnight. I even started to miss it when it wasn't there. If I hadn't heard the horn in a couple of weeks, I'd catch myself listening for it as I was falling asleep. It became this bizarre constant in my life that nobody else knew about. When I was around 15, something changed in our building. The old man who lived in the apartment above us died of a heart attack. He was this quiet guy who kept to himself. I don't think I ever spoke more than 10 words to him my entire life. A few weeks after he passed away, a new family moved in. They had a kid about my age, and they seemed nice enough. The night after they moved in, I heard the horn again. But this time, it sounded 3 times instead of the usual 2. Honk honk 3 times in a row. It had never done that before. It had always been exactly twice, for years. For some reason, this change really unsettled me. It felt like, I don't know, like a farewell or something, like whoever or whatever had been making that sound was letting me know things were different now. After that night, the horn became less frequent. Instead of a few times a week, I'd hear it maybe once a month, then once every couple of months. By the time I turned 17, it had become rare enough that each time I heard it was actually surprising again. The last time I heard it was on the night before my 18th birthday. I remember, because I was thinking about how weird it was that this thing had been happening for almost exactly 10 years of my life. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, when I heard it one final time. Honk honk twice, just like it had always been. I sat up and looked out the window, but as always, there was nothing to see. That was over a year ago, and I haven't heard it since. Part of me is relieved that it's over, but another part of me kind of misses it. It's like saying goodbye to something that was a huge part of my childhood, even if it was this unexplainable, creepy thing. I've tried researching similar experiences online, but I've never found anything that exactly matches what happened to me. I've wondered if it was some kind of auditory hallucination, but it was always so specific and consistent. And that one time when the world outside my window looked like daytime in the middle of the night, I still can't explain that. Sometimes I think about the old man who lived upstairs. I wonder if he had something to do with it, especially since the pattern changed right after he died. But then, why would he spend years honking a horn outside my window? And how could he make it sound like it was coming from outside when he was upstairs? None of it makes any sense. The weirdest thing is that now that I'm older and living in my own place, I sometimes catch myself listening for that horn when I'm falling asleep. It's like some part of me expects to hear it again, even though it's been silent for over a year. Sometimes when I'm drifting off, I swear I can almost hear it, that distinct honk honk twice in a row, but it's just in my memory. I still have no idea what caused it or why it stopped. Was it something supernatural? Was I hearing things that weren't there? Was it some elaborate decade-long prank that someone was playing on me? I don't think I'll ever know for sure. But sometimes, especially on quiet summer nights when I have my window open, I find myself listening for that familiar sound, half hoping I'll hear it again and half hoping I never do. Story 11. I've been a doctor at Hollowvale Community Hospital for almost 6 years now. It's a small facility serving our rural town and the surrounding farms. Nothing fancy, but we provide good care. I moved here after burning out at a big city hospital, thinking the slower pace would help me reconnect with why I became a physician in the first place. For the most part, it has. Last Tuesday started like any other day. I had a full schedule of follow-ups and pre-op consultations. Around 11 in the morning, I walked into exam room 3 to meet with Doris Chapman about her upcoming knee replacement. Doris is in her early 60s, sturdy build, with that weathered skin you see on people who've spent their lives working outdoors. She and her husband run one of the larger cattle operations about 30 minutes outside town. I've always liked Doris. She's straightforward, doesn't complain unnecessarily, and has a dry sense of humor that makes our appointments pleasant. We chatted about her knee pain as I reviewed her latest x-rays. Well, Doris, these films confirm what we suspected. The cartilage is basically gone on the medial side. That's why you're feeling bone on bone when you walk. She nodded, unsurprised. Tell me something I don't know, Doc. This knee's been giving me hell for years. I explained the procedure, recovery timeline, and what to expect. As we finished discussing the technical aspects, I made a stupid joke, the kind of offhand comment you make to lighten the mood with patients you're comfortable with. Who knows? Maybe aliens put little beads in your knee when you weren't looking, I said with a smile, referring to the way the bone spurs looked on the x-ray. I expected a chuckle or an eye roll. Instead, Doris went completely still. Her expression changed in a way that made my stomach tighten. She studied my face for a moment, then reached for her bag. You know, Doc, it's funny you mention that. She pulled out an iPad, swiped through a few screens, then turned it toward me. I've been meaning to ask someone medical about this, but it never seemed like the right time. What I saw on that screen has been keeping me awake at night ever since. The first image showed a black Angus cow lying on its side in a field. At first glance, it looked like it might be sleeping, but the unnatural position told me otherwise. The second photo was a close-up of the same animal's face, and my medical training immediately recognized something was terribly wrong. The skin around the eye had been removed, not torn or ripped, but excised in a perfect circle, as if cut with surgical precision. The eye itself was gone. Doris swiped to the next photo. This one showed the underside of a different cow, a Holstein. The udder had been completely removed, again with that same clinical precision. No jagged edges, no tearing, just a clean, perfect removal. "This happened last month," she said, her voice eerily calm. "Found 5 of them like this over 2 days. No blood anywhere, not a drop on the ground or in the bodies." She swiped again. This image showed the mouth of another cow, its tongue completely gone. The cut was impossibly clean. "The insides were all dried up too," she continued, "like they'd been sitting there for weeks, but we'd checked those fields the day before. Nothing was wrong then." My hands felt cold as I looked at photo after photo. As a doctor, I've seen plenty of injuries and surgeries. I know what human-made incisions look like. These weren't them. They were too perfect, too clean, and the complete absence of blood was medically impossible. When you cut into a living thing, it bleeds, period. "The rectums were all gone too," Doris added, swiping to another horrific image, cut out in perfect circles. I handed the iPad back, suddenly not wanting to touch it. "Doris, what? What do you think is happening here?" She shrugged, but her eyes held something, fear mixed with resignation. "Don't know for sure. We're not the only ones it happens to. Seems to rotate between ranches every few years. The Hendersons lost 8 cows 3 years back. Same exact thing. Before that, it was the Millers." "Have you reported this? Called the police or animal control?" I asked. Though even as the words left my mouth, I realized how inadequate they sounded. "Course we did," she said. "Sheriff came out, took pictures, filed a report. Nothing ever comes of it. FBI showed up once, years ago when it first started happening in the 90s. They looked around, asked questions, then disappeared. Never heard back." I sat down on my stool, trying to process what I was seeing. "Do you think it's people doing this? Some kind of cult, maybe?" Doris shook her head. "No human could do this, Doc, not like this. No blood, remember. And how do you explain the insides being all dried up overnight? Besides, my husband John sleeps light. Our house isn't far from the pastures. He says sometimes on the nights before we find them, he hears this sound." "What kind of sound?" "Like a whooshing wind from above. Real loud, but brief. Happens in the dead of night, usually around 3 in the morning. By the time he gets up to look, it's gone." A chill ran up my spine. "Has he ever seen anything?" "Once," she said, putting the iPad away. "About 5 years ago. Said he saw lights hovering over the north pasture. By the time he got his boots on and grabbed his rifle, they were gone. Found 2 cows the next morning." I tried to maintain my professional composure, but I'm sure my face betrayed my horror. "Have you noticed any pattern to when these incidents occur?" Doris nodded slowly. "That's the other strange thing. Always happens around weird holidays, solstices, equinoxes, that sort of thing. This last batch was right after the spring equinox." My mouth felt dry. "And you've never seen anyone suspicious around your property? No strange vehicles?" "Nothing. Our ranch is pretty isolated. We'd notice strangers. And like I said, no human could do this. The precision, the lack of blood, the way the organs are all dried up but the outside looks fresh." She trailed off, then fixed me with a steady gaze. "I'm not crazy, Doc. I know what this sounds like. But I've been raising cattle for 40 years, and I've never seen anything natural do this." I nodded, not knowing what else to say. We finished the appointment, discussing her surgery date and pre-op instructions. But my mind was elsewhere. As she was leaving, she paused at the door. You know what's really strange? They never take the meat. Just those specific parts. Eyes, tongue, reproductive organs, rectum. Always the same pattern. And they never touch the young ones, only the adults. It's like they're harvesting. After she left, I sat in the exam room for a long time trying to make sense of what I'd seen. I've spent my entire career in the rational world of medicine. Everything has an explanation, a cause and effect. But those images defied medical explanation. That evening, I couldn't stop thinking about what Doris had shown me. I looked up cattle mutilations online and was shocked to find thousands of similar cases reported across the country going back decades. The patterns were identical: surgical precision, specific organs removed, no blood. Many accounts mentioned strange lights or sounds before the discoveries. What disturbs me most is the proximity. These mutilations are happening just 30 minutes from where I sleep. The methodical nature of it, the rotation between ranches, the timing with celestial events, it all suggests something organized, something deliberate, something intelligent. I called a colleague who works with the county medical examiner, trying to sound casual, as I asked if they'd ever dealt with the cattle mutilations. He got quiet, then said, "We don't talk about those, Marcus. Official policy is to classify them as predator attacks or human vandalism." "But that's not what they are, is it?" I pressed. After a long pause, he said, "I've examined 3 of those carcasses personally. The cuts were made with something that cauterizes and cuts simultaneously. We don't have that technology, at least not anything that could be used in a field at night with no power source." Then he changed the subject. "I haven't slept well since that appointment with Doris. I keep thinking about what's out there in the darkness beyond our little town, about what might be watching our farms, selecting which animals to take next, about the precision of those cuts, the kind of precision that speaks of intelligence and purpose. The summer solstice is coming up in a few weeks. I found myself checking the calendar, wondering which ranch will be next, wondering what exactly is out there, moving through our night skies, descending on our fields to harvest parts from our animals with impossible surgical precision. I'm a doctor. I believe in science, in evidence, in rational explanations. But after what Doris showed me, I find myself looking up at the night sky differently, listening for unusual sounds, wondering what else might be happening in the darkness that we don't understand. Yesterday, I ran into John Chapman at the hardware store. He mentioned casually that they'd moved their cattle to the pastures closest to their house. When I asked why, he just looked at me knowingly and said, "Solstice is coming." Then he added in a lower voice, "We're not the only ones who keep track of the calendar, Doc. I haven't told anyone else what Doris showed me. Who would believe it? But I can't unsee those images. I can't unfeel the dread that settled into my bones when I realized that something methodical and unknown is stalking the livestock around Hollow Vale, something that works with surgical precision, leaves no blood, and follows a schedule we've only just begun to recognize. Tonight, I'm sitting on my back porch, staring at the stars. My house suddenly feels too isolated, too exposed. The rational part of my brain tells me there's nothing to fear, that I'm not a cow after all, but another part, a more primitive part, keeps wondering, if they can do that to cattle with such precision, what else might they be capable of, and what happens when they decide they want something other than cow parts? Sadadi, Story 12. I've never told anyone this story before, not my parents, not my siblings, not even my closest friends. Partly because I didn't think anyone would believe me, and partly because the experience itself felt so personal. But after what I discovered recently, I need to get this off my chest. This happened when I was about 9 years old. My family lived in this old farmhouse, built sometime in the 1940s. It was the kind of place with creaky floorboards and drafty windows. Nothing fancy, but it was home. The three of us kids shared a bedroom in the converted attic. It had sloped ceilings and this single window that faced the backyard. We each had our own bed, but they were arranged in a way that mine was closest to the window. I usually slept with my feet toward the window. I don't know why, but that night I decided to switch positions and face the room instead. Maybe some part of me knew something was going to happen. I remember falling asleep pretty quickly. I was always a good sleeper as a kid. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The house was completely silent. That deep, middle-of-the-night silence where you can almost hear your own heartbeat. What struck me immediately was the light. My room was glowing this weird cyan green color, not like someone had turned on a lamp with a colored bulb, but more like the air itself was tinted. It wasn't coming from outside either. It was just there. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was dreaming or something, but when I opened them again, that's when I saw her. There was an elderly woman floating about 3 feet above me, and I mean literally floating. Her feet weren't touching anything. She was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned nightgown or dress that hung down below her knees. But here's the thing, her entire body, clothes and all, was giving off this cyan glow. It was like she was made of light. The fabric of her dress and her hair were swaying gently, almost like she was underwater. But the most disturbing part, and this is what stayed with me all these years, was her head. It wasn't a human head at all. Where her human head should have been was the head of a horse, a white horse. But the white hair looked grey and matted like it was covered in mud or dirt. And its eyes. God, those eyes. They were cloudy and milky, like the horse was blind from age or disease. They weren't focused on anything specific, but somehow I knew she was looking at me. The strangest part of all this? I wasn't scared, not even a little bit. I should have been terrified. I mean, what 9-year-old wouldn't be absolutely freaking out seeing something like that? But instead, I felt this sense of, I don't know how to describe it, acceptance? Like some voice inside me was saying, it's okay that you've seen her, and it's okay that she's seen you. I just lay there, completely still, watching this glowing, horse-headed woman float above my bed. I don't remember falling back asleep. I don't remember her leaving. The next thing I knew, it was morning and everything was normal. My siblings were getting up, sunlight was streaming through the window, and that cyan glow was gone. I convinced myself it was just a weird dream. Kids have strange dreams all the time, right? And as the years went by, the memory faded a bit, though it never completely went away. I would think about it occasionally, especially when I'd see something about paranormal experiences or ghost stories. But I never told anyone. What would I even say? Hey, when I was a kid, I saw a glowing horse-headed old lady floating above my bed. Yeah, no thanks. Fast forward to about 6 months ago. I'm 26 now, living in my own apartment, working a normal office job. I was having trouble sleeping one night and ended up going down this internet rabbit hole about paranormal experiences. I found this message board where people shared their encounters with unexplained phenomena. I was just browsing, not really looking for anything specific, when a post title caught my eye, "Glowing Woman with Horse's Head." My blood ran cold. I clicked on it immediately. The post was from someone in Mexico who claimed that when they were a teenager, they woke up in the middle of the night to find their room filled with a greenish-blue light. They described seeing an elderly woman floating near their ceiling, her entire body giving off this glow, with her clothes and hair moving as if underwater. And she had the head of a white horse with cloudy, milky eyes. I felt sick. The description matched what I had seen exactly, right down to the way the fabric moved and the cloudiness of the horse's eyes. This wasn't possible. How could someone I'd never met, from a completely different country, describe the exact same thing I saw? With shaking hands, I scrolled through the comments. Most were the usual stuff. People saying it was just sleep paralysis or a dream. But then I found another comment that made my heart stop. I saw her too. I was 8 years old, staying at my grandmother's house in Oaxaca. She had the body of an old woman, but the head of a white horse with blind-looking eyes. She glowed blue-green and was floating. I never told anyone because I thought they would think I was crazy. Two separate accounts from different people who had seen the exact same thing I had seen. The exact same entity. Not just a vague ghost or apparition, but this specific bizarre image of an elderly woman with a white horse's head and cloudy eyes, glowing cyan green, floating as if underwater. I sat there for hours, reading and rereading those posts, searching for any explanation. Maybe it was a character from some obscure children's show we had all watched. Maybe it was from a book or a movie, but nothing fit. I had never seen or heard of anything like this before that night in my bedroom. The more I thought about it, the more details came back to me. The way her nightgown billowed around her legs, the slight tilt of the horse's head, as if it was curious about me, the gentle, almost imperceptible nodding motion it made, the way the glow seemed to pulse slightly, like a heartbeat. These weren't just vague impressions. They were vivid, specific details that had been burned into my memory. I started keeping track of the time when I would go to bed, setting alarms for the middle of the night. Part of me was terrified she would come back, but another part of me desperately wanted confirmation that what I had seen was real. I needed to know I wasn't crazy. For weeks, nothing happened. Nothing. My sleep schedule was a mess, and I was exhausted all the time. But I kept waking up at different hours of the night, hoping or dreading that I would see that cyan glow again. Then, last Tuesday night, something strange happened. I woke up around 3 in the morning without my alarm. My room felt different, not glowing, but there was this heaviness to the air, like right before a thunderstorm. And I swear I could smell wet earth and something else, something like a barn or stable. I lay perfectly still, my heart pounding. I waited for the glow to appear, for her to materialize above me, but nothing happened. After about 20 minutes, the strange feeling and smell faded away, and my room felt normal again. The next morning, I called my mum. I didn't tell her about what I'd seen as a child or what I'd found online. Instead, I casually asked if she remembered anything strange about the old farmhouse, any weird history or rumors. "Not really," she said. Though Mr. Hendricks next door did mention once that the land used to be part of a larger farm where they trained horses. But that was way before the house was built. Horses. Of course it had to be horses. I've spent the last few days trying to research the history of our old property, looking for any connection to horses, particularly white ones, or any accidents or deaths that might have occurred there. So far, I haven't found anything conclusive. Public records only go back so far, and newspaper archives from small towns aren't always well preserved. But I know what I saw, and now I know that others have seen her too. This same entity, this same impossible combination of elderly woman and blind horse, glowing cyan green and defying gravity. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I could move. It wasn't a dream, too vivid, too consistent, and it wasn't my imagination. How would 3 strangers describe the exact same bizarre image? Whatever this entity is, she exists. She appears to people across different times and places. And for some reason, she chose to reveal herself to me that night in my childhood bedroom. I still don't feel afraid when I think about her, which is perhaps the strangest part of all. Instead, I feel this weird connection, like I'm part of some exclusive group who has witnessed something beyond normal understanding. But I also can't help wondering, why us? Why a horse's head? What was she trying to communicate? And most importantly, will I ever see her again? I keep my phone by my bed now, ready to take a photo if she returns. Part of me hopes she does, part of me hopes she doesn't. But either way, I know now that what I saw was real, and I'm not alone. Story 13. I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before moving into that rental house. I'm still not sure what I believe now, but I know what I experienced. and it's changed how I see things forever. It was January 2nd when we got the keys. Northwest England in January is absolutely freezing, and I remember my fingers going numb as I fumbled with the lock for the first time. The house seemed normal enough, a standard 3-bedroom semi-detached with a small garden out back. Nothing special, nothing that screamed, "I'm haunted," or anything ridiculous like that. Just a regular family home that needed some updating before we properly moved in. The first few days were busy with painting and decorating. My dad came over to help, and a couple of mates pitched in too. We were focused on getting the place livable quickly, so we had paint cans, tools, and dust sheets everywhere. It was chaotic but normal chaos, you know? The first weird thing happened on day 3. I'd been painting the living room while Dad was working on the kitchen. I distinctly remember placing the paint lid on top of the paint can in the living room while I took a break to make tea. When I came back, the lid wasn't there. I figured Dad must have moved it for some reason, so I went to ask him. He hadn't touched it. We eventually found it in the hallway, flipped upside down with no paint spilled. The weird part? All the windows were closed because it was bloody freezing outside, and there was no draft that could have moved it. Dad and I just looked at each other, shrugged it off, and carried on. I had to go back to work the following Monday, but Dad had a few days off and offered to stay and build some wardrobes for the bedrooms. When I called him after work, he sounded off. When I pressed him, he admitted something strange was happening. He kept placing his tools, screwdrivers, pencils, his water bottle, on window ledges while he worked, and when he turned around, they'd be on the floor. At first, he thought he was just placing them too close to the edge, but then he started being extra careful, putting them well away from the edge. Still, they'd end up on the floor. "Must be the vibrations from the drilling," I said, trying to sound reasonable. But Dad didn't sound convinced. By the weekend, we had the place furnished enough to move in properly. The first night in the house was fine. The second night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to a loud bang. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I got up to check on the kids, who thankfully were still asleep in their rooms. But something was off. All the bedroom doors were closed. I specifically remember leaving them open when we went to bed. All of them. I checked the windows, all closed. No way a draft could have slammed those doors shut. I didn't sleep well for the rest of that night. The next morning, I asked my partner if they'd gotten up and closed the doors. They hadn't. Over the next few weeks, small things kept happening. Items would move from where we left them. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. At first, I made excuses. The house was settling. It was the neighbors. We were forgetful about where we put things. Normal explanations for what were becoming increasingly abnormal events. Then came the incident with the water glass. I always keep a pint glass of water on my bedside table at night. One night, I was lying in bed reading when the full glass of water simply fell off the table. It didn't slide or get knocked. It literally just tipped over as if someone had pushed it. Water went everywhere, soaking my phone and the carpet. There was no logical explanation. The table wasn't wobbly, nothing had bumped it, and the glass had been well away from the edge. My partner started noticing things too. They'd wake up to find the bathroom light on, despite neither of us having gotten up in the night. The hall light would be on in the morning when we were certain we'd turned it off before bed. Small things, easily dismissed individually, but together they formed a pattern that became impossible to ignore. One night, I woke up at around 2 in the morning with that feeling of being watched. You know that sensation, right? When the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, I knew something was off. Back of your neck stand up, and you just know someone is there. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears in the darkness. Nothing, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Eventually, I reached for the lamp and turned it on. The room was empty, but my bedroom door was wide open. I knew. I'd closed it before going to bed. I always did. I got up, heart pounding, and checked on the kids. They were fine, sleeping peacefully, but their doors were open too. I distinctly remembered closing them earlier. I went downstairs to get some water, trying to calm myself down. As I stood in the kitchen, I heard a soft thud from the living room. My heart nearly stopped. I grabbed a knife from the drawer. Ridiculous in hindsight. What good would it do against whatever was happening? And slowly made my way to the living room, empty. But a book that had been on the shelf was now on the floor in the middle of the room. I put the book back and went upstairs, knife still in hand. I sat on the edge of my bed, unable to shake the feeling that something was in the house with us. Finally, feeling completely stupid but desperate, I spoke out loud to the empty room. "Please leave my children out of this." The silence that followed was deafening. I eventually got back into bed but couldn't sleep. About 20 minutes later, I heard music coming from my son's room. Not loud, but clear. The distinctive sound of his electric toy guitar playing one of its pre-programmed songs. The same guitar that needed to be physically switched on and a button pressed to play. I froze. My blood turned to ice. I knew that I hadn't imagined saying those words out loud. And now this. It felt like a response. A very deliberate response. I forced myself to get up and go to my son's room. He was still asleep, undisturbed by the music. The guitar was on the floor, its lights flashing as it played the tune. I switched it off with shaking hands and put it in the cupboard, closing the door firmly. As I turned to leave, my son's Buzz Lightyear toy suddenly lit up and announced, "To infinity and beyond." I nearly screamed. That toy had been sitting untouched on the shelf for days. It needed buttons to be pressed to activate. I grabbed the Buzz toy, took the batteries out, and shoved it in the cupboard with the guitar. I went back to my bedroom and sat awake until morning, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. The next day, I was a wreck. I told my partner what had happened, half expecting them to think I was losing it, but they'd been experiencing things too, items moving, unexplained noises, that same feeling of being watched. That night we put the kids to bed and sat in the living room, both on edge. Around 9, we heard a loud crash from the kitchen. We ran in to find a mug had somehow traveled from the counter to the middle of the floor and smashed. No windows open, no draft, no explanation. While clearing it up, my partner cut their finger on a piece of the broken mug. It wasn't serious, but they went upstairs to get a plaster. A few moments later, they called down to me, voice shaking. When I got upstairs, they pointed to the bathroom mirror. There was a small, perfect handprint on it. Too small to be one of ours, too large to be one of the kids, and it hadn't been there earlier when I'd used the bathroom. I'm not ashamed to admit we slept with the lights on that night. The following morning, the handprint was gone. Things escalated over the next few weeks. Doors would open and close on their own. We'd hear whispering from empty rooms. The TV would turn itself on in the middle of the night. One particularly terrifying night, we both woke to the sound of someone running up and down the stairs, but when we checked, no one was there, and the kids were fast asleep. We tried talking to the landlord, who dismissed our concerns and suggested it might be issues with the electrics or the old pipes. But we knew better. This wasn't faulty wiring or water hammer. This was something else. I started researching the house's history. I couldn't find anything specific about previous deaths or tragedies there, but a neighbor mentioned that the previous tenants had left suddenly after only 6 months. When I pressed for details, they just said the family had personal problems and needed to move closer to relatives. They wouldn't say more, but their expression told me there was more to the story. One of the most disturbing incidents happened about 2 months after we moved in. I was home alone during the day while everyone was at work and school. I was in the kitchen making lunch when I heard what sounded like furniture being moved upstairs, heavy dragging sounds, then a thud. My first thought was burglars, so I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police. I crept upstairs, heart pounding. The noise was coming from the main bedroom. I pushed the door open slowly, expecting to find someone there, The room was empty, but the heavy wooden dresser had moved about 3 feet from where it had been that morning. It would have taken 2 strong adults to move it that far. I stood there, frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. Then the temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath clouding in front of me, despite it being a mild day. Something brushed past me, not physical contact, but more like walking through a pocket of cold air. The bedroom door slammed shut behind me. I ran to it and yanked it open, then bolted downstairs and out of the house. I sat in my car for nearly an hour before I worked up the courage to go back inside. That evening, when everyone was home, I suggested we start looking for somewhere else to live. My partner agreed immediately. They'd been having similar experiences when alone in the house. The kids had mentioned the person who walks around at night several times, which chilled me to the bone. We started the process of finding a new place, but rentals in our area were scarce. We were stuck there for at least another few months. The activity seemed to increase when it became clear we were planning to leave. Things would go missing only to reappear in strange places. My keys in the freezer, my partner's glasses in the toilet cistern when we had to replace a part. One morning, we came downstairs to find every single kitchen cabinet open. We started sleeping in the same room as the kids, all of us together. Safety in numbers, I suppose, though what protection that would provide against whatever was in the house, I don't know. The final straw came when my youngest woke up with 3 long scratches down their back. They couldn't have done it themselves. The marks started between the shoulder blades where they couldn't reach. That day, we packed essential items and moved in with my parents temporarily. I still had to go back to the house to collect the rest of our things. Each time I went, the atmosphere felt heavier, more oppressive. On my last visit, as I was doing a final check of the kids' bedroom, I heard a voice clearly say, "You'll be back." Not threatening, just certain. We never returned. We broke the lease, lost our deposit, and moved to a different area entirely. The landlord was furious, but no amount of money was worth staying in that house. It's been 3 years now, and we've never experienced anything like it since. Sometimes I try to rationalize what happened. Maybe there was a logical explanation for everything. But deep down, I know what we experienced wasn't normal. Something was in that house with us, something that didn't want to share. I still drive by occasionally, out of morbid curiosity. There's a new family living there now. I wonder if they're experiencing the same things we did. Part of me wants to warn them, but what would I say? Hey, your house might be haunted. They'd think I was crazy. All I know is that I'll never dismiss someone else's experiences with the unexplained, because once you've lived through something like that, you realize there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that shouldn't exist, but do. Story 14. I still can't believe what happened during my recovery. It's been 3 months since my appendectomy, and I'm finally feeling brave enough to write this down. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. I've always been somewhat sensitive to things, energies, presences, whatever you want to call them. Nothing major, just occasional feelings of not being alone when I definitely was, or sensing something watching me from empty corners. My family knows about this quirk of mine, and they've mostly accepted it, even if they don't fully believe me. The day before my surgery, I was joking with my sister Melanie about potential side effects. She was going through the typical list: infection, bleeding, reaction to anesthesia, but I cut her off. What I'm really worried about is waking up with enhanced psychic abilities, I said, trying to lighten the mood. Like, what if whatever they give me somehow amplifies my weirdness? What if I start seeing full-on ghosts instead of just feeling them? We laughed it off. The surgery went fine. Routine appendectomy, nothing complicated. They kept me overnight and sent me home the next day with painkillers and strict instructions to rest. My mum and Melanie took turns staying with me at my apartment in Lakeview to help out. The first night home, I woke up around 3 in the morning. The pain meds had worn off, and I was about to call out for Melanie when I noticed it, a dark, humanoid shape, standing in the corner of my bedroom. It wasn't just a shadow, it had substance, like it was absorbing what little light was in the room. I froze, afraid to breathe. After what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, I managed to reach for my bedside lamp. When the light came on, there was nothing there. I convinced myself it was the medication. Pain meds can cause hallucinations, right? I took another pill and eventually fell back asleep. The next morning, I didn't mention it to Melanie. No need to worry her when it was clearly just the drugs. But then it happened again that afternoon. I was fully awake, sitting up in bed, scrolling through my phone, when movement caught my eye. A woman walked past my bedroom door. Not my sister, not my mom. A complete stranger, wearing what looked like clothes from the 40s or 50s, a fitted knee-length dress with a small waist, hair styled in those vintage waves, and low-heeled shoes that made a soft clicking sound on my hardwood floors. I called out, "Hello?" thinking maybe a neighbor had somehow wandered in. No answer. I tried to get up, wincing at the pain in my abdomen, but by the time I made it to the door, the hallway was empty. When Melanie came to check on me, I reluctantly told her. "It's definitely the pain meds," she said, refilling my water glass. "Oxycodone can make you see some wild stuff." "Yeah, I guess," I agreed, not entirely convinced. The woman had seemed so solid, so real, not like a hallucination at all. Later that day, my cat Jinx started acting strange. He'd been avoiding my bedroom since I came home from the hospital. Probably smelled the antiseptic or something, but suddenly he was sitting at attention at the foot of my bed, his ears perked up, eyes following something I couldn't see. "What is it, buddy?" I whispered, feeling a chill run down my spine. That's when I heard it. The sound of dresser drawers opening and closing in Melanie's room, slow, deliberate movements, like someone was looking for something. Jinx heard it too, his head turned toward the sound, his tail twitching nervously. "Mel!" I called out, but I knew she wasn't home. She'd left to grab groceries about 20 minutes earlier. The sounds stopped. Jinx remained frozen, staring at the wall that separated my room from the guest room. Then he suddenly relaxed, jumped off the bed, and went back to grooming himself like nothing had happened. When Melanie returned, I asked if she'd left any windows open that might have caused drawers to move. She gave me a strange look. "No? Why? Did something happen?" I told her about the sounds and Jinx's reaction. She checked the guest room, but found nothing out of place. "Maybe it was the neighbors," she suggested. "Sound carries weirdly in these old buildings." I nodded, but I knew my neighbors weren't home during the day, and the sounds had been too clear, too close. By day 5 of my recovery, I'd seen the woman in vintage clothing 3 more times, always just glimpses, walking down the hallway, standing in the kitchen, once even sitting at the foot of my bed when I woke up from a nap. She never acknowledged me, never spoke. She seemed to be going about her own business, like she was living her life in my apartment, just in a different time. I'd also started scaling back on the pain medication, switching to over-the-counter stuff when possible. Yet, the sightings continued. If anything, they became clearer, more defined. I could make out details now, a small brooch on her collar, a wedding ring, the slight pattern on her stockings. My mum took over caregiving duties on day 6. I didn't mention the woman to her. Mum's much more skeptical than Melanie about this kind of stuff. But that night, something different happened. I woke up around midnight to see the shadowy figure from the first night back in the corner of my room. Unlike the woman, this presence felt threatening. The air seemed colder, heavier where it stood. I could feel malice radiating from it, though I couldn't see a face or features. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to call out for my mum sleeping in the next room. As I stared at the shadow, the bedroom door slowly opened. The woman in vintage clothing walked in, but this time she wasn't ignoring me. She looked directly at the shadow, then at me, her expression concerned but determined. She moved to stand between my bed and the corner where the shadow lurked. The shadow seemed to shrink back, becoming less substantial until it faded entirely. The woman stayed for a moment longer, then nodded once at me before walking back out of the room. I heard her footsteps continue down the hall, then silence. I barely slept the rest of the night. In the morning, I had a text from my boyfriend, Luke. He works night shift security at an office building downtown and often texts me during his quiet hours. Had the weirdest experience last night, his message read. Kept seeing shadows moving around the east wing. Checked it out 3 times, but nothing was there. Got a really bad feeling, though, like something was watching me. Never felt that way in this building before. I stared at the message for a long time. Luke is the most rational, level-headed person I know. He doesn't spook easily, and certainly doesn't believe in the supernatural. But he'd seen shadows the same night I had. At the exact same time, I'd felt threatened. I decided to tell my mom about the woman, framing it carefully. I think the medication is giving me really vivid dreams, I started. I keep dreaming about this woman in old-fashioned clothes walking around the apartment. Mom looked up from her crossword puzzle. What does she look like? I described her in detail, mid-30s, brown hair styled in those perfect 40s waves, blue dress with a small floral pattern, sensible shoes. Mom put down her pen. That sounds like the woman in the photos Mrs. Abernathy showed me. Who's Mrs. Abernathy? The landlady who owned this building before the current management took over. She lived in the apartment below you for decades. When I came to help you move in, she showed me some old photos of the building and former tenants. There was a woman who lived in this exact apartment during the war. A war widow, I think. Looked just like you described. My skin prickled with goosebumps. Did she die here? Mom shrugged. Mrs. Abernathy didn't say. She just mentioned that the woman was very protective of the building and its tenants. Apparently she used to check on everyone during air raid drills, making sure everyone was safe. That afternoon, while Mom was out picking up my prescription refill, I saw the woman again. This time, she was in the kitchen, opening and closing cabinets like she was taking inventory. Jinx sat in the doorway watching her, his tail swishing occasionally. "Can you see me?" I asked quietly. She paused, her hand on a cabinet door, but didn't turn around. "Thank you for last night," I continued, feeling slightly ridiculous, talking to what might still be a hallucination, for standing between me and whatever that was. She resumed her activity, moving methodically through the kitchen. I noticed something I hadn't before. She limped slightly, favoring her right leg. When Melanie came back that evening to take over from Mom, I told her everything, including what Mom had said about the former tenant. "So you think you got a ghost roommate?" Melanie asked, but without the skepticism I expected. I don't know what to think anymore, but Jinx sees her too, and last night she protected me from something darker. Melanie was quiet for a moment. "Remember when we first moved in and kept finding that one drawer in the kitchen open every morning? Maybe she's been here all along, and you're just more tuned in right now because of the surgery. But why would she show herself now? Maybe you're more vulnerable. Maybe she's checking on you, like she used to check on people during air raids." Over the next few days, I started noticing patterns. The woman appeared most often in the early morning and late evening. She had a routine, checking the kitchen, looking in on the spare room, walking the perimeter of the living room. Sometimes she'd stand by the windows, looking out at something only she could see, and the shadow only appeared when she wasn't around. Luke kept texting about strange occurrences at work, equipment malfunctioning, unusual cold spots, that persistent feeling of being watched, always during the same hours of the night. On day 10 of my recovery, I was feeling much better physically. I'd stopped taking pain medication entirely and was moving around more easily. Melanie had gone back to her own place, though she still checked in daily. I was alone in the apartment for the first time since the surgery. That evening, I was sitting on the couch when the woman appeared in the hallway. Instead of continuing on her usual route, she stopped and looked directly at me. Then, deliberately, she limped over to the front door, pointed at the locks, and gave me a stern look. "You want me to check the locks?" I asked. She nodded. I got up and discovered that in my post-surgery fog, I'd forgotten to lock the deadbolt when Melanie left. I secured it, then turned back to thank the woman, but she was gone. Minutes later, I heard someone trying the doorknob from the outside, then a key in the lock, but the deadbolt stopped them from entering. I froze, heart pounding, as whoever it was tried the key again, then gave up and walked away. Later, I learned there had been a series of break-ins in the building, with the intruder somehow having access to the master key. That night, I saw both the woman and the shadow, but this time was different. The shadow seemed more substantial, more threatening. It didn't stay in the corner, but moved toward my bed. The woman appeared in the doorway, but she seemed weaker, her form less defined. She still positioned herself between me and the shadow, but I could tell she was struggling. The shadow retreated, but not as far as before. The woman stayed longer than usual, watching the corner even after the shadow had gone. Before she left, she turned to me and shook her head sadly. I haven't seen her since that night. It's been 3 months now. The shadows occasionally return. I'll catch glimpses of them in dark corners or reflections, but they never approach me directly. Luke still experiences strange things at work, though less frequently. Jinx sometimes stares at empty spaces and follows invisible movements with his eyes, and sometimes, very early in the morning, I hear the faint sound of drawers opening and closing in the kitchen, or footsteps limping down the hallway. Melanie jokes about it now. "Even ghosts can stub their toes when they're checking on you," she said when I mentioned the limp. Or, "Maybe she's trying to remind us to clean the kitchen," when I told her about the cabinet checking. But I know what happened. During my most vulnerable time, when I couldn't protect myself, someone else did. Someone who's been watching over this apartment long before I moved in. Someone who, for whatever reason, couldn't stay. I still don't know who the shadow was or what it wanted. I don't know why Luke experienced similar phenomena miles away at his workplace. I don't know if the woman in vintage clothing is still here, just invisible to me now, or if she's gone for good. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm alone in the apartment at night, I make sure to say thank you out loud to the empty rooms. And sometimes, just sometimes, I feel a gentle presence in response, like someone patting my shoulder reassuringly. Story 15. I've never been comfortable talking about this, even after all these years. It's not something I share with many people because I'm worried they'll think I'm crazy or making things up for attention. But honestly, I think about it almost every day. My name is Madeline Cooper. I grew up in Ravenswood, Massachusetts, in this old converted barn house with my parents, brother and sister. It was a unique place to live. Lots of character, with wooden beams across the ceiling and these weird little nooks everywhere. My mom loved it because it was different from all the cookie-cutter houses in the neighborhoods nearby. Everything was pretty normal until I was about 10 years old, around the same time my aunt passed away. She had been sick for a while, but her death still hit our family hard, especially my mom. My aunt used to visit us all the time before she got sick. She was the fun aunt, who always brought us little gifts and took us for ice cream when our parents said no. After she died, things started getting weird. At first, it was just my sister complaining about noises above her bedroom at night. She said it sounded like footsteps pacing back and forth. Our parents didn't think much of it. Old houses make noise, right? But here's the thing that always gave me goosebumps. My sister's room was on the top floor of that section of the house. There was literally nothing above her except the roof. No attic, no storage space, nothing. For 7 years, she heard those footsteps, almost every night. Sometimes they'd stop for a week or two, and we'd think whatever it was had finally gone away. Then they'd start again. My parents eventually got tired of her complaints and moved her to a different bedroom. The footsteps stopped for her, but then I started noticing other things, like how the temperature in certain parts of the house would suddenly drop for no reason, or how sometimes I'd feel like someone was watching me when I was alone. In 2009, we moved to a new house across town. It wasn't because of the weird stuff. At least that's what my parents said. Dad got a promotion, and the new place was closer to his work. It was a normal-looking colonial with a nice yard and a cul-de-sac where all the neighborhood kids would ride bikes. We thought we'd left the strangeness behind. We were wrong. It was about 2 weeks after moving in when my sister started complaining again. This time, she said she could hear someone walking from my brother's room to hers almost every night. The sound of footsteps would come down the hallway, pause at her door, and then nothing. She never heard them go back. My parents were frustrated. They blamed the new house settling or the heating system, making the floorboards expand and contract. They even had someone come check the house for rodents or raccoons in the attic. Nothing. Then one night, my sister's boyfriend was staying over. Don't tell my parents I told you that. They were watching a movie in her room when he suddenly went pale. My sister said he was staring at her doorway like he'd seen a ghost. When she asked what was wrong, he said he saw a woman peeking around the corner of the doorframe. Just her face, looking in at them for a second before disappearing. He described her as middle-aged with short curly hair and these distinctive round glasses. My sister didn't think much of it until the next day when they were looking through some old family photos. Her boyfriend stopped at one picture and pointed, his hand shaking. That's her. That's who I saw last night. It was my aunt, the one who had died 7 years earlier, the one he had never met or even seen pictures of before. My sister called me into her room that day and showed me the picture. I remember feeling like all the air had been sucked out of my lungs. The woman in the photo was smiling, with her arm around my mom at some family barbecue years ago. She looked kind, but seeing her face, knowing what my sister's boyfriend had experienced, made my skin crawl. That's when I finally told my sister about what happened to me back in the old house, something I'd never told anyone before. It happened when I was about 10, shortly after my aunt died. I was sitting in our main living room doing homework one afternoon. Everyone else was out, Mum grocery shopping, Dad at work, my siblings at friends' houses. I remember it was a gloomy day, threatening rain, which is why I hadn't gone out to play. I was struggling with math problems when I heard it. A loud boom from the other side of the house, near my sister's room. It sounded like someone had dropped something heavy. I froze, pencil in hand, and listened. Nothing. I figured maybe something had fallen off a shelf. Then it happened again. Boom, like someone taking a heavy step. Then another. Boom, and another. Boom. It was the sound of someone walking, but not normal walking. It was like a giant was stomping through our house, each step deliberate and powerful enough to make the floor vibrate slightly. I sat there, completely paralyzed with fear. The stomping continued, slow and methodical. Boom, boom, boom. It was moving around in the area near my sister's room. There was no pattern to it, just random heavy steps. I tried to tell myself it was just the house settling, or maybe the wind had blown something over repeatedly somehow. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. This sounded like a person, a very heavy person, walking around in a part of the house that should have been empty. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a couple of minutes, I finally got up the courage to move. I wasn't brave enough to investigate on my own, so I ran out the front door and straight across the cul-de-sac to my friend Jesse's house. I probably looked insane, this terrified kid pounding on their door in the middle of the afternoon. Jesse came back with me, probably thinking I was exaggerating. When we entered the house, everything was silent. The stomping had stopped. We checked my sister's room and the surrounding areas. Nothing was out of place. No fallen objects that could have made the noise. Nothing. Jessie thought I was making it up, but I wasn't. Those sounds were real. They were loud enough to vibrate through the floor. And they weren't the normal creaks and groans of an old house. I knew those sounds well enough. This was different. This was deliberate. After that day, I never wanted to be alone in the house. I'd make excuses to go to friends' houses after school or beg my mom to let me go with her on errands. I never told my parents why. How do you tell your parents you think something supernatural is in your house without sounding crazy? The weird thing is, over the years, it kept happening. Not as often, but enough to remind me it wasn't just my imagination. Sometimes I'd hear those heavy footsteps in the middle of the night, always in that same area of the house. Sometimes objects would move, not dramatically flying across the room or anything, but you'd put something down and later find it somewhere else. My brother's toys would turn up in my sister's room. My homework would disappear from my desk and show up in the kitchen. I thought moving to the new house would end it, but then my sister started hearing the footsteps again, and her boyfriend saw whatever he saw. The most unsettling thing happened about a year after we moved in. I was homesick from school with a bad cold. My mom had to run some errands but didn't want to leave me alone, so my other aunt, my dad's sister, came to stay with me. I was dozing on the couch when I heard her in the kitchen making tea. She called out asking if I wanted some, and I said yes. A few minutes later, I heard footsteps coming from the kitchen toward the living room. I expected to see my aunt with 2 mugs of tea, but nobody came into the room. I called out, "Aunt Linda?" No answer. Confused, I got up and went to the kitchen. My aunt was standing at the counter waiting for the kettle to boil. "Didn't you just walk toward the living room?" I asked her. She looked at me funny and said, "No, I've been right here the whole time." I felt that familiar chill run down my spine. I knew what I'd heard. Footsteps, clear as day, walking from the kitchen toward the living room, but there was nobody there. My aunt must have seen the look on my face because she asked what was wrong. I just shook my head and said I must be more feverish than I thought. Over the years, we all just sort of accepted it, I guess. We never talked about it directly as a family, but we all had our experiences. My mom would sometimes pause in the middle of what she was doing, her head tilted like she was listening for something. My dad would occasionally glance over his shoulder at nothing. My sister stopped complaining about the footsteps but started keeping her door closed at night. Sometimes I wonder if it's really my aunt trying to stay close to us. Other times I'm not so sure. Whatever it is never seemed to want to harm us. It just exists alongside us, moving through our home like it belongs there. To this day, I still hear those footsteps sometimes. Not as often now that I'm older, but they never completely went away. Just last month I was visiting my parents, they still live in that same house, and woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of someone walking down the hallway past my old room. Slow, deliberate steps that stopped right outside my door. I laid there, barely breathing, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. After a while, I finally got up the courage to open my door and look. The hallway was empty. Everyone was asleep in their rooms. I don't know what to make of all this. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or if there's some explanation I'm missing. All I know is what I've experienced, what my family has experienced, and how real it felt every single time. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if she's watching over us or if she's looking for something she lost. I guess I'll never know. But when I visit my parents' house, I always say a quiet hello to my aunt, just in case she's listening. Story 16. I've been working at the Waterfront Bar and Grill in Maplewood for about 3 years now. It's a decent job. The tips are good, especially during tourist season, and I genuinely like most of my co-workers. Our place is connected to the Harbour View Hotel, so we get a mix of locals and out-of-towners. After a while, you develop a sixth sense about people. Who's going to be a good tipper? Who's going to be trouble? Who's just passing through? But nothing in my experience prepared me for what happened last Tuesday night. It was early October, that weird transition time when summer tourists are gone, but the leaf peepers haven't fully arrived yet. The weather had turned cold suddenly, and a dense fog had rolled in from the ocean, making the whole town feel isolated and eerie. We were having a slow night, just a couple of regulars at the bar and a family finishing up dinner. I was wiping down the bar when I felt it, this sudden drop in temperature, like someone had opened a freezer door right next to me. I actually shivered and looked toward the entrance, but nobody was coming in that way. That's when Tina, our hostess, called over to me. "Rachel, you've got a new customer at table 12. I glanced over at 12, confused because I hadn't seen anyone come in through the front door, and it was in my direct line of sight. But sure enough, there was a woman sitting there, perfectly still, staring straight ahead. From a distance, she looked normal enough, late 20s, stylishly dressed in a grey blazer over a simple black top, dark hair pulled back neatly. As I approached, I even remember thinking she was quite attractive in a polished, put-together way. But something about her stillness made me uneasy. Most people fidget with their phone or look at the menu while waiting. She just sat there. "Hi there. Welcome to the waterfront. Can I start you off with something to drink?" I asked, putting on my usual friendly waitress smile. That's when she looked up at me, and I felt my smile freeze on my face. Her eyes were wrong, not just the color, which was an unusual amber shade, but her pupils were massively dilated in the well-lit restaurant. They looked like black pools taking up almost her entire iris, despite the overhead lights shining directly on our table. Before I could continue with my usual drink recommendations, she interrupted me. "You're absolutely adorable," she said, her voice oddly melodic but with weird pauses between words. "Just beautiful. Such lovely skin." It wasn't the compliment itself that bothered me. Working in service, you get used to comments about your appearance, both wanted and unwanted. It was the way she said it, clinical, almost like she was appraising me. Thank you," I replied, trying to steer things back to professional territory. "Our cocktail special tonight is a cranberry maple martini, or I can tell you about our local craft beers if you—" "I like watching you move," she interjected, still maintaining that unblinking eye contact. "The way your body functions, it's fascinating." A chill ran down my spine. Her phrasing was bizarre, and she hadn't blinked once since I'd approached the table. "Right, so, what can I get you to drink?" I tried again, gripping my notepad tighter. "What do you recommend?" she asked, tilting her head at an angle that seemed just slightly too far to be natural. "Well, if you like wine, we have a nice Pinot Noir from—" "I like all animals," she stated flatly. I paused, confused. "I'm sorry? You asked what I like. I like all animals. They're so efficient." I felt my heart rate picking up. Something was seriously off about this woman. "I meant, what kind of alcohol do you prefer?" I clarified, trying to keep my voice steady. She smiled then, a perfect symmetrical smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I'll get back to you on that." I glanced over to the bar, hoping to catch Mike's eye for some backup. But when I turned back to her, she was staring at me with such intensity that it felt like she was trying to memorize every pore on my face. "Maybe I can start you with some water while you decide," I suggested. "Water," she repeated, as if tasting the word. "Yes, necessary for your kind. I nearly dropped my pen." "Excuse me." "For humans," she said quickly. "For us, we need water." I nodded slowly and backed away, bumping into another table in my haste to get to the bar. I grabbed a glass of water with shaking hands and tried to calm myself down. Maybe she was just socially awkward or had some kind of condition. Maybe she was high on something that made her pupils dilate like that. When I returned with the water, she was examining the silverware with unusual focus, running her finger along the edge of the knife. "Here's your water," I said, placing it carefully on the table. She didn't reach for it. Instead, she looked up at me and asked, "Rachel, do you ever feel like you're more than just this body?" I froze. I hadn't told her my name. "We don't wear name tags at the waterfront." "How do you know my name?" I asked quietly. She smiled again, that same empty smile. "I know many things about you, Rachel. I've been observing." My skin crawled. I needed to get away from this table. "I'll give you a few minutes with the menu," I said, trying to sound normal despite my racing heart. As I walked away, I heard her call after me, "I don't need food tonight, just company." I went straight to Mike at the bar, trying to keep my composure. "That woman at 12 is seriously creeping me out," I whispered. "Can you check her out? There's something wrong with her." Mike glanced over, then frowned. "She giving you trouble? Want me to ask her to leave?" "No, not exactly trouble, just weird. Really weird. Can you just go over and see if you get the same vibe?" Mike nodded and casually made his way over to her table. I watched as he approached her, said something with his usual friendly smile, and then it was the strangest thing. She completely ignored him, not in a rude way, but almost as if she couldn't see or hear him at all. She kept staring in my direction while Mike stood there awkwardly trying to get her attention. After a moment, he came back looking disturbed. "She acted like I wasn't even there," he said. "Wouldn't look at me, wouldn't respond, just kept staring over here at you." "Did you notice her eyes?" I asked. "Couldn't really see them." She wouldn't turn toward me. I felt sick to my stomach, but knew I had to go back. It was my table, and I couldn't just ignore a customer, no matter how strange. When I approached again, she immediately perked up, her attention laser-focused on me. "Have you decided what you'd like?" I asked, maintaining what I hoped was a professional distance. "Just a glass of red wine," she said, "and more of your time, Rachel." I nodded stiffly and went to get her wine. When I returned, she was sitting in exactly the same position, as if she hadn't moved a muscle. "Here's your wine," I said, setting it down. She didn't touch it. "Tell me, Rachel, how does it feel to be so contained in that body?" I took an involuntary step back. "I'm sorry. Your vessel, your meat, is it comfortable?" My mouth went dry. "I need to check on my other tables," I said quickly. For the next hour, I did everything I could to avoid spending time at table 12. She didn't eat, didn't drink the wine, just sat there watching me work. Every time I glanced in her direction, her eyes were following me. Finally, I saw her gesture for the check. I brought it over, hoping this nightmare was almost over. As I set the check down, I noticed something else odd. She had a hotel key card on the table, but it wasn't the normal guest key. It was the grey employee access card that only staff used. "Are you staying at the hotel?" I asked, eyeing the key card. "For now," she replied, "until I find what I'm looking for." She handed me a credit card without looking at the bill. As I took it, her fingers brushed against mine, and I nearly gasped at how cold her skin was, like touching ice. When I returned with her receipt, I decided to try one more normal interaction. "So, what's your name?" I asked as casually as I could manage. "And what brings you to Maplewood?" She stood up then, and something about the fluid way she moved made my skin crawl. It was too smooth, too calculated. She leaned in close, too close, and I caught a strange smell like ozone and something metallic. "I'll get back to you," she whispered, her breath somehow not warm against my cheek. Then she turned and walked not toward the restaurant entrance, but through the door marked "Hotel Staff Only," a door that should have been locked and the guests never used. As soon as she was gone, I practically collapsed against the nearest wall, my heart pounding. Mike came over immediately. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." "That woman," I managed to say. Did you see which way she went? The hotel staff door, he said, frowning. That's weird, it's supposed to be locked. I went to find Tina at the hostess stand, still shaking. That woman at 12, I said. When did she come in? I never saw her enter. Tina looked confused. What woman? Nobody came in and sat at 12. I never seated anyone there. But you told me I had a customer at 12. No, I didn't, Tina insisted. I've been at the stand all night. Nobody's come in for the past hour. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. But you called over to me. Rachel, are you feeling okay? Tina looked genuinely concerned. I wasn't imagining things. The woman had been there. Mike had seen her too. Mike, I called over. Tell Tina about the weird woman at 12. Mike nodded. Yeah, super strange lady. Wouldn't even look at me when I went over. Tina looked between us, bewildered. I swear I never seated anyone there tonight. After closing, we checked the security cameras. The footage showed me approaching table 12, talking, bringing water and wine, and the check. All to an empty table. The woman wasn't visible on any of the cameras, but you could clearly see me interacting with someone. What terrifies me most is when we checked the employee access log for that back door. There was no record of the door being opened during my shift, but I watched her walk through it. I haven't been able to sleep properly since that night. I keep thinking about her unnaturally dilated pupils, the way she moved, her cold skin, and those bizarre questions about bodies and vessels. I don't think she was human. I think something was wearing a human appearance, trying to understand us, maybe hunting for prey, and the worst part, her last words to me, I'll get back to you. I know she will, and I'm terrified of what happens when she does. Story 17. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before. Even now, at 30-something years old, I still get goosebumps thinking about it, but I need to tell someone who might understand. We moved to the outskirts of Las Vegas in 1992, when I was just 7 years old. Our new house sat right at the edge of civilization. Behind us were mountains and desert as far as the eye could see. My parents were excited about the space and the views. Me, I was just bummed about leaving my friends behind. The house had 3 bedrooms, and since I was an only child, my parents let me pick which one I wanted. I chose the biggest one, obviously. It had this huge window that looked out toward the mountains, and I thought it was so cool. My dad helped me set up my bed against the wall opposite the window so I could see the sun rise over the peaks in the morning. The first night, nothing weird happened. I was exhausted from moving boxes all day, so I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. But the second night, that's when it started. I had this nightmare that someone was standing over my bed, just watching me. I couldn't see their face, but I could feel them there, like a heavy weight pressing down on my chest. I woke up gasping for air, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I told myself it was just a dream, just the stress of moving to a new place. But it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Each time the figure got clearer, closer. I started waking up multiple times every night, afraid to fall back asleep. My parents noticed the dark circles under my eyes, how I'd zone out during breakfast. My mum thought it was just adjustment anxiety. My dad, though, he looked at me differently. He's Mexican, and growing up, his grandmother had taught him about spirits and energies. He had this ability to sense things other people couldn't. When he asked me what was wrong, I burst into tears and told him about the nightmares. "Do you want to try another room, Mika?" he asked. I nodded so hard I thought my head would fall off, so we moved my stuff to the second bedroom. It was smaller, but I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep, and for a while it worked. The nightmares stopped, and I started sleeping through the night again. My parents were relieved, thinking the problem was solved, but about 2 weeks later, I started feeling uneasy again. Not like before. This was different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something felt off. I started sleeping with the TV on, playing Disney movies on repeat all night. The bathroom light across the hall stayed on too. My parents didn't complain about the electric bill, which tells you how worried they must have been. Despite these precautions, the nightmares came back. Worse this time. I'd wake up screaming, my pajamas soaked with sweat. My mom would rush in and hold me while I sobbed, unable to explain what I'd seen because I couldn't remember. I just knew it was terrifying. One morning, after a particularly bad night, my dad sat on the edge of my bed and took my hands in his. "Sophia," he said gently, "changing rooms won't fix this. Whatever is happening, only you can make it stop." I didn't understand what he meant. I was just a kid. How was I supposed to make anything stop? "What do I do, Daddy?" I asked, my voice small and scared. "You need to be brave. You need to stand your ground. This is your home now." His words didn't make sense to me then, but I nodded anyway. We moved my things to the third and final bedroom that weekend. It was the smallest one, tucked away at the end of the hall. My mom bought me new sheets with flowers on them and hung fairy lights around my mirror. My dad placed a dream catcher above my bed, and miraculously it worked. For 7 years, I slept peacefully in that little room. I grew up, started high school, made new friends. The nightmares became a distant memory, something we rarely talked about. Then when I was 14, my parents bought me a new bed, one of those captain's beds with drawers underneath for storage. I was excited. It made me feel grown up somehow. The first night in my new bed, I dreamt of forests. Not scary at first, just trees and more trees, stretching endlessly in every direction. But then I noticed people hiding among them, watching me from behind trunks and branches. Their faces were painted, their clothes made of animal skins. They didn't approach me, just watched. I woke up confused but not frightened. The same dream came the next night and the next. Each time the forest people got a little closer, their eyes a little more intense. I told my dad about it, and he got this look on his face, part concern, part something else I couldn't identify. "Be careful, Sophia," was all he said. On the 7th night, something changed. I fell asleep as usual, entered the forest as usual. But this time I felt something grab my ankle hard. It yanked me down toward the foot of the bed, and I woke up with a gasp. But I wasn't really awake. I mean, my eyes were open, I was in my room, but I couldn't move. And there, standing at the foot of my bed, was an old man. Not just any old man, a Native American elder with deep wrinkles cutting across his copper skin. His hair was long, grey and straight, falling past his shoulders. He wore some kind of animal skin vest over his bare chest, and around his neck hung various beads and what looked like animal teeth, and his hand, his gnarled, strong hand, was wrapped around my ankle. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to kick him away, but my body wouldn't respond. All I could do was stare into his dark, angry eyes as he gripped me tighter. Then, from somewhere deep in my memory, my father's words echoed, "Only you can make it stop." With every ounce of courage I could muster, I forced my mouth to work. "Let go of me," I whispered, my voice trembling but firm. "Let go and stop bothering me, now." For a moment, nothing happened. He just kept staring, his expression unchanging. Then, slowly, his fingers uncurled from around my ankle. He didn't disappear or fade away like ghosts in movies. He simply straightened up and took a step back, his eyes never leaving mine. I pulled my legs up to my chest, heart hammering against my ribs. I expected him to vanish, to leave me alone, but he didn't. He just stood there watching me, until the first rays of dawn filtered through my curtains. Only then did he seem to melt into the shadows. I didn't tell my parents what happened, not right away. I was afraid they'd think I was making it up, or that I was losing my mind. But he came back the next night, and the next. For a week straight, he would appear at the foot of my bed, never touching me again, just watching in silence. Sometimes he'd be there when I fell asleep. Sometimes I'd wake up to find him already standing there. On the 8th night, I couldn't take it anymore. I called my dad into my room before bed and told him everything. He wasn't surprised, not even a little bit. He sat quietly, nodding occasionally, then asked, "Have you tried talking to him?" "Talking to him, Dad? He's a ghost or something." "He's a spirit, yes, but spirits were people once. They have reasons for staying behind." I thought he was crazy, but I was desperate enough to try anything. That night, when the old man appeared, I gathered all my courage and asked, "Why are you here? What do you want from me?" His lips didn't move, but I heard his voice in my head, deep and resonant like distant thunder. "This is my land. You don't belong here." A chill ran down my spine, but I forced myself to keep talking. "We live here now. We're not leaving." Many have said that. All have gone. My dad did some research at the local library the next day. According to historical records, no indigenous tribes had actually lived on our specific plot of land for hundreds of years. The nearest settlement had been miles away. When I told the spirit this the following night, he just stared at me unmoved. "The boundaries of men mean nothing to the earth," he replied. "This was, is, and always will be my land." Over the next few weeks, a strange sort of understanding developed between us. I explained to him that we meant no disrespect to the land or to him. We were just trying to live our lives. He seemed to consider this. Finally, I proposed a deal. He could stay if he respected our family by not touching or scaring us. In return, we wouldn't try to cleanse him from the house or the land. To my surprise, he agreed with a single, solemn nod. After that, things changed. I still saw him occasionally, standing in the corner of my room or in the hallway, but he never approached my bed again. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of him through windows, walking the perimeter of our property like he was patrolling it. As I got older, my sensitivity to spirits seemed to grow stronger. Something my dad said ran in our family. I began seeing other entities around our house. A young woman in 1920s clothing who appeared in our kitchen, a small boy who played with my cat, and most comforting of all, my father's guardian angel, a tall figure of light that stood behind him during times of stress or illness. But the old Native American man remained the most constant presence. He never spoke to me again after our agreement, but sometimes, when I was alone in the house, I'd feel him watching over me. Not menacingly, but protectively, like he'd accepted me as part of his land. I lived in that house until I left for college at 18. When I came back to visit during breaks, I'd sometimes see him standing at the edge of our property, acknowledging me with a slight nod. My parents still live there, and my mum says she never sees anything unusual, but my dad occasionally mentions our guardian when strange things happen, like the time a would-be burglar suddenly fled from our porch for no apparent reason, or when my mum narrowly avoided a rattlesnake that seemed to change direction at the last second. I've never been able to explain what happened, not really. I've researched sleep paralysis, hallucinations, all the scientific explanations. None of them feel right. What I experienced was real as the ground beneath my feet or the air in my lungs. Sometimes I wonder if he's still there, walking the boundaries of what he considers his domain. And sometimes, on nights when the moon is full and the desert wind blows hot against my window, I wonder if any place truly belongs to us at all, or if we're just passing through territories that have known many guardians before us, and will know many more after we're gone. Story 18. I still have nightmares about that yellow house in Nissa. It's been over 15 years since we moved out. But sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like something is watching me from the corner of my room. I've never shared this story publicly before, but I need to get it off my chest. I was 12 when my family moved to that house. Mum thought it would be a fresh start for us after the divorce. It was this big, old yellow farmhouse that stood out against the flat, empty fields surrounding it. The moment I saw it, something felt wrong. The house looked, I don't know how to explain it, like it was watching us, My aunt and her 3 kids moved in with us too. My oldest cousin Jake was 16. Then there was Lily, who was my age and had cerebral palsy, and Ben, who was 10. The house was big enough for all of us, but the layout was weird. My brothers and Jake got rooms in the basement, while Lily and I shared a room upstairs. The cellar was what really freaked me out from day one. It wasn't part of the basement. It was this separate space accessed through a heavy wooden door in the kitchen. Inside was just dirt floors, stone walls, and these old wooden shelves. The air down there was always cold and damp, even in the middle of summer. Mom said it was for storing preserves and stuff, but I wouldn't go near it. Our very first night there, we all heard it. This sound like someone slowly dragging something heavy across the floor, coming from the cellar. Dad went to check, but found nothing. He said it was just the house settling, but the look on his face told me he didn't believe that either. After about a week, we started playing hide and seek in the dark. I know it sounds stupid now, but we were bored kids in a new place with no TV yet. One night, Ben decided to hide in the cellar. We all heard this blood-curdling scream about 2 minutes later. He came running up white as a sheet, crying so hard he could barely speak. When he finally calmed down, he told us he'd seen something in there, what he described as a floating brain with a red glow around it, moving toward him through the darkness. My dad and uncle checked the cellar again, but found nothing. They told Ben it was just his imagination, but they put a lock on the cellar door that same night. I started noticing more things as the weeks went by. The sound of footsteps when nobody was there. Doors that would be closed when you turned around, even though you'd just left them open. The worst was the whispering, like someone was standing right behind you, murmuring things you couldn't quite make out. Lily, my cousin with cerebral palsy, seemed to notice things too. She couldn't always communicate clearly, but she would stare at empty corners of our bedroom and sometimes point, making distressed noises. At night I'd wake up to find her sitting up in bed, staring at the door as if waiting for someone to come in. About a month after we moved in, there was this massive thunderstorm. I've always been terrified of storms, but that night I was more afraid of what was in the house than what was outside. The power went out around 9 p.m. and my parents and aunt were downstairs trying to find candles. I was upstairs with Lily, and I swear to God, I heard heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, but they weren't coming from where the stairs actually were. It sounded like someone was walking up through the wall. I locked our bedroom door and pushed a dresser in front of it. Lily was making these scared little noises, and I just held her hand in the dark, trying not to cry. There was a scratching at our door, not like an animal scratching, but like someone dragging their fingernails down it, slowly, deliberately. I was shaking so badly I could barely stand, but I kept whispering to Lily that everything would be okay. I stood between her and that door all night, even though I was terrified. The scratching continued on and off until dawn. When morning came, I checked the door. There were no marks on it. My parents said I was just scared of the storm and imagined it. Maybe they were right, but Lily wouldn't look at the door for weeks afterward. My brothers and Jake started having problems too. They said they would wake up feeling like someone was sitting on their chests, unable to move or breathe properly. Jake, who was never scared of anything, started sleeping with the lights on. My youngest brother claimed he saw a tall, thin shadow standing in the corner of their room at night. After about 4 months, my aunt couldn't take it anymore. She and my cousins moved out. I was devastated to lose Lily. She was my buffer, my reason to be brave. Without her there, I felt exposed. My mum's friends Sarah and Mike moved in shortly after. They brought their PlayStation, which was awesome, and 2 horses that they kept in the old stable out back. They fixed up the tackle shed too. I thought things might get better with new people in the house. They didn't. Mike started complaining about voices in the basement. He said it sounded like people having conversations, but when he'd go to check, nobody would be there. He also mentioned seeing shadow figures moving around the corners of his vision. Sarah had problems with the tackle shed. She said she'd hear someone calling her name when she was out there alone. The horses were constantly spooked, rearing up and refusing to enter certain areas of the paddock for no apparent reason. One afternoon in late summer, I was in the backyard when I heard my mum calling me from the chicken coop. "Madison, come here, I need your help." It sounded exactly like her voice. I started walking over, but something felt wrong. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I got this sick feeling in my stomach. I turned around to look at the house and saw my mom in the kitchen window, washing dishes. She couldn't possibly be in the chicken coop. As I stood there frozen, the voice called again, "Madison, please, I need you." It still sounded exactly like my mom, but with this weird echo to it. Our dog, Beggar, was with me. He was this old, gentle mutt who was usually scared of his own shadow. But that day, he placed himself between me and the chicken coop, hackles raised, growling deeper than I'd ever heard him growl before. I ran back to the house as fast as I could. That night I was in my room when I heard a thump on the roof directly above me. Then a voice, not my mum's this time, but deep and raspy, said clearly, "Madison, I was called for you." I was so terrified I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. I just sat there staring at the ceiling. Then something in me snapped. I was tired of being scared in my own home. "Leave me alone," I shouted. "This is my house now." There was silence for a moment, then the most horrifying laugh I've ever heard. It started low and built until it seemed to vibrate through the whole house. Then silence again. The next morning, I found my favorite stuffed animal, a rabbit I'd had since I was a baby, sitting in the middle of the cellar steps when I came downstairs. The cellar door was wide open, the lock broken. The rabbit's head had been torn off and placed next to its body. Nobody admitted to doing it. Things escalated after that. Objects would move when no one was looking. We'd find kitchen chairs stacked in pyramids in the morning. The smell of something rotting would appear and disappear without explanation. My brother woke up with scratches on his back that he couldn't have done himself. The worst was the night I woke up feeling like I couldn't breathe. I opened my eyes to see a dark figure standing over my bed. It had no features I could make out, just a black silhouette darker than the darkness around it. I couldn't move or scream. It leaned down close to my face, and I felt this cold breath on my cheek. Then it whispered something I couldn't understand, and was gone. I slept with my parents for a week after that. My mom finally agreed to call a priest when we found all the family photos throughout the house had been turned upside down overnight. He blessed the house, but it only made things worse. That night, every single light bulb in the house exploded at the same time. We all slept in the living room together, with every light we could find turned on. We moved out 2 weeks later, just packed what we could and left. Dad stayed behind to deal with selling the house, but he wouldn't sleep there alone. He got a motel room in town. Years later, I ran into a girl who moved into the house after us. When I mentioned I used to live there, her face went pale. Without me saying anything about our experiences, she asked if we'd had problems with the house. She told me they'd found a Ouija board hidden in the cellar wall when they were renovating. Apparently, multiple families who lived there before us had used Ouija boards in the house. I don't know if that explains what happened, if we somehow lived with a demon or ghost or whatever for those 10 months. All I know is that I still sometimes dream of that yellow house. And in my dreams, I'm always trying to run away from it, but can never quite escape. And sometimes, even now, I wake up in the middle of the night feeling like something is watching me from the corner of my room, waiting. I've never been back to Nissa, and I never will. Some places should just be left alone, and that yellow house is definitely one of them. Story 19 words will help me make sense of what's happening. I've been dealing with this for months now, and I'm at my breaking point. It all started back in April. I was home alone for the night since my mom and stepdad had gone to visit my grandparents a few towns over. I'm 22, so being alone in the house wasn't a big deal. I've done it plenty of times before. Our house in Maplewood is pretty ordinary, a two-story place with creaky floors and drafty windows, but I've never felt uncomfortable there. Not until that night. I was just watching some stupid reality show on the couch, scrolling through my phone at the same time. It was around 11:30 at night, and I remember because I had just checked the time, thinking I should probably head to bed soon. That's when it happened. Someone whispered my name, Emily, directly into my ear. I jumped up so fast I knocked my phone onto the floor. My heart was pounding like crazy, and I spun around expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing, just the empty living room. I tried to laugh it off. Maybe it was just the TV, or maybe I was more tired than I thought. I picked up my phone, turned off the TV, and headed upstairs. The whole time I felt like someone was watching me, but I kept telling myself I was being stupid. In the bathroom, I splashed some cold water on my face and stared at myself in the mirror. "You're fine," I whispered to myself. "There's no one here but you." And that's when I heard it again. Emily. The whisper came from right behind me, but deeper this time. It wasn't just the sound. It felt like it was somehow inside my head too. I whipped around, but again, there was no one there. Just the shower curtain slightly moving from the air vent. I yanked the curtain open, half expecting someone to be hiding in the tub. Nothing. I checked under the sink, behind the door, even in the hallway. The house was completely empty. By this point, I was freaking out. I grabbed my phone, ready to call my mom, but stopped myself. What would I even say? That I heard someone whisper my name, but no one was there. She'd think I was crazy or just trying to get her to come home. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I turned on every light in the house, grabbed a baseball bat from my brother's room, and sat on my bed with my back against the wall. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every little noise made me jump, and I kept feeling like something was in the room with me, watching me. When my mum and stepdad got home the next morning, I was exhausted but tried to act normal. I didn't tell them what happened. I convinced myself it was just my imagination. Maybe I was half asleep and dreaming. That had to be it. But then it happened again, a week later. I was babysitting my little brother, Jake. He's 12, and usually a pain in the butt. But that night he was being pretty chill, just playing video games in his room. I was downstairs in the kitchen making a sandwich when I felt it. Warm breath on the back of my neck. It wasn't just a draft or the AC. It was definitely breath. And then my name again, but this time I didn't exactly hear it. It was like I felt it inside my head. Emily? Not spoken, but somehow there, like it was being pressed into my thoughts. I froze completely, the knife I was using to spread mayo still in my hand. The breathing continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it stopped. I spun around, the knife still clutched in my hand. But again there was nothing there, just the empty kitchen. I called out to Jake, and he yelled back from upstairs, complaining that I was interrupting his game. At that point, I was beyond freaked out. I told Jake to stay in his room and lock the door. I'm pretty sure he thought I was messing with him, but he did it anyway. Then I searched the entire house, knife in hand, checking every closet, under every bed, behind every door. Nothing. No one had broken in. All the windows were locked. The doors were secure. After making sure the house was empty, I sat at the kitchen table, trembling. I couldn't understand what was happening. Was I losing my mind? Was there actually someone or something in the house that I couldn't see? That's when a memory hit me, something I hadn't thought about in years. When I was about 14, my stepdad had a friend over, Brad. They were having beers in the garage, and I was hanging out with them because I thought Brad was cute. Embarrassing, I know. Brad had brought a Ouija board, and they were messing around with it. They let me join in, probably thinking it was harmless fun. We asked typical dumb questions. Who would I marry? Would Brad win the lottery? That kind of stuff. But then the planchette started moving differently, more aggressively. When we asked what spirit we were talking to, it spelled out Z-O-Z-O. My stepdad, and Brad laughed it off. but I remember feeling really uncomfortable. Brad said something about Zozo being a demon that often comes through Ouija boards, but they were both tipsy and thought it was hilarious. We stopped playing shortly after, and I never touched a Ouija board again. I had completely forgotten about that night until the whispers started. Could there be a connection? Had we actually contacted something that day? Something that had been waiting all these years to make itself known? The thought terrified me, but it also gave me something to latch on to, an explanation, however crazy it might seem. The next day, I tried researching Zozo online. What I found didn't help my nerves. Countless stories of people who claim to have contacted this entity through Ouija boards, followed by strange occurrences in their homes, whispers, objects moving, feelings of being watched. I started keeping track of when the whispers happened. They weren't constant, which almost made it worse. I'd go days without anything, start to think maybe I really had imagined it all, and then it would happen again. Sometimes just my name, sometimes other words I couldn't quite make out. Always when I was alone, or at least separated from other people in the house. The breathing sensation on my neck happened again too, multiple times. Once while I was in the shower, which was so terrifying, I nearly slipped and fell. Another time, while I was studying at my desk. Each time, it was followed by that feeling of my name being pressed into my mind rather than spoken. I finally broke down and told my best friend, Caitlin. She suggested it might be sleep paralysis, or some kind of auditory hallucination from stress. I wanted to believe her, but sleep paralysis doesn't happen when you're wide awake, standing in your kitchen. My mom noticed I wasn't sleeping well. She kept asking if something was wrong. But how could I explain? Oh, I think that demon we contacted through a Ouija board when I was 14 is whispering my name and breathing down my neck. Yeah, that would go over really well. Instead, I told her I was stressed about work and school, which wasn't entirely a lie. This whole situation was definitely affecting my concentration. I started sleeping with my lights on, then with my TV on too, hoping the noise would drown out any whispers. It didn't help. Last week, things escalated. I was home alone again, something I've been avoiding as much as possible, when I heard footsteps upstairs. Not whispers this time, but distinct heavy footsteps moving across the floor above me, back and forth, like someone pacing. I called my stepdad, trying to sound casual, asking if he or Mom were home. They weren't. No one should have been upstairs. The footsteps continued for almost 10 minutes, then stopped suddenly. I was too terrified to go up and check. I sat on the couch, clutching my phone, ready to call 911, until my mom got home an hour later. I made up some excuse about hearing the neighbor's cat on our roof, but I don't think she believed me. 2 nights ago, I woke up around 3 in the morning to find all my dresser drawers open, every single one. I know they were closed when I went to bed, because I'm obsessive about that kind of thing. Nothing was missing or disturbed, just open. And then last night, God, last night was the worst yet. I was lying in bed, scrolling through TikTok, trying to distract myself enough to get sleepy. My door was closed, and I had my salt lamp on. Caitlin suggested it might help with negative energy. I was willing to try anything. The whisper came from right beside my bed. Emily. And then, for the first time, something more. Emily, I've been waiting. I froze, my phone dropping onto my chest. The voice was deeper than before, almost guttural, and it wasn't just in my ear. It felt like it was coming from inside my own head, like the words were forming in my own thoughts but weren't mine. Then my bedroom door slowly swung open, not violently, not slammed open, just slowly creaked open, as if someone was carefully pushing it. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream, I just lay there, paralyzed with fear, as the door opened fully. There was nothing visible there, just the dark hallway beyond, but I could feel something standing in the doorway, watching me. The breathing started again, But this time, it wasn't on my neck. It was all around me, like whatever it was had surrounded my bed, heavy, raspy breathing, almost like it was excited. I finally managed to reach for my phone and turn on the flashlight, sweeping it around the room. Nothing visible, but the breathing didn't stop. It continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. Then it just stopped. The presence, whatever it was, felt like it had left. I didn't sleep at all after that. I sat up with all the lights on, watching YouTube videos at full volume until morning. Today, I'm at Caitlin's place. I told my parents I'm staying here for a few days to study for finals, but really I'm just too scared to be in that house anymore. I haven't told Caitlin exactly what happened last night. I can tell she's worried about me though. She keeps suggesting I talk to someone, like a therapist, about what's going on. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is all in my head. Stress, lack of sleep, an overactive imagination, but it feels so real. The whispers, the breathing, the footsteps, the door opening, all of it feels too real to be just in my mind. But if it's not in my head, if there really is something in my house, something that knows my name and has been waiting for me, what do I do? How do I fight something I can't see? I can't keep living like this, jumping at every sound, afraid to be alone in my own home. But I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make it stop. The worst part is, even here at Caitlin's, I swear I can still feel it, like it followed me. Just a few minutes ago, while I was alone in her bathroom, I felt that familiar breath on my neck and the whisper of my name inside my head. I don't think it's going to stop. I don't think it's ever going to leave me alone. Story 20. I still can't explain what happened this past March. It's been several months now, and I keep replaying everything in my head, trying to make sense of it. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or supernatural stuff, at least I didn't used to, but what happened with that balloon has changed something in me. My grandson Tommy turned 5 in February. We had this big party at my house with all the typical stuff, cake, presents, and those shiny aluminum balloons. You know the ones. They stay inflated for weeks sometimes. Tommy insisted on getting a mix of superhero ones and plain silver ones. We must have had about 15 balloons total, tied to the backs of chairs and floating around the living room. After the party, Tommy begged to leave some balloons at Grandma's house. I let him pick 3 to stay with me, a Spider-Man one, a Batman one, and a plain silver one. Kids, right? They get attached to the strangest things. As you'd expect, over the next couple weeks, the balloons gradually lost their helium and sank to the floor. First Spider-Man, then Batman. By early March, they were just lying in the corner of my living room. I kept meaning to throw them away, but I kept forgetting. But the silver one, that's where things get weird. It just kept floating. At first, I figured it just had more helium or something, but after 3 weeks, it was still bobbing around near the ceiling. I remember thinking it was odd, but not concerning. Just one of those things. Then I started noticing something strange. That balloon seemed to follow me. I know how that sounds. Trust me, I do. But I'd be in the kitchen making coffee, and I'd turn around to find the balloon right behind me. Not just in the same room, directly behind me. I'd go to the bathroom, and when I came out, the balloon would be right outside the door, like it had been waiting. I tried to brush it off. Maybe there were air currents in the house I never noticed before. Maybe the heating vents were positioned in a way that created this illusion. I came up with every logical explanation I could think of. But then it started bumping me. Not aggressively, just nudging. I'd be washing dishes, and I'd feel something touch my shoulder. I'd turn around, and there's the silver balloon, backing away slowly as if caught doing something it shouldn't. The first few times, I laughed it off. I even started talking to it sometimes. "Excuse you," I'd say when it got in my way, or "Do you mind?" when it hovered between me and the TV. I felt silly, but it was harmless. One Saturday morning in mid-March, I was sitting on the couch reading, When the balloon drifted over and just hovered in front of my book, I moved it away, and it came right back. I moved it again. It returned. This happened 4 times in a row. "Okay, this is getting annoying," I said out loud, moving it all the way across the room. I watched it for a minute, and I swear it looked like it was considering whether to come back. It stayed put that time, but I felt uneasy. How could a balloon make decisions? Tommy came over that afternoon with my son, Jeff. The moment Tommy saw the silver balloon, he got excited. "The friend balloon is still here," he shouted, jumping up and down. "The friend balloon?" I asked. "Yeah, Grandma. He likes you. He follows you, 'cause he's your friend." Kids and their imagination, right? I just smiled and nodded, though something about his certainty made me uncomfortable. That night was when things went from odd to terrifying. I woke up around 3 in the morning. You know that feeling when you sense someone watching you? That's what I felt. I opened my eyes, and there, hovering inches from my face, was the silver balloon. Not moving, not bobbing, just suspended there, directly above me. I screamed and scrambled out of bed, turning on every light as I ran to the living room. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The balloon followed me, drifting slowly through the hallway. I grabbed a blanket from the couch and threw it over the balloon, pinning it to the floor. I sat there breathing heavily, feeling completely ridiculous and absolutely terrified at the same time. What was I doing? It was just a balloon. A balloon couldn't mean me harm. It couldn't have intentions. Yet there I was, a 62-year-old woman, trapping a balloon under a blanket at 3 in the morning like it was some kind of monster. I left it there until morning. When I finally worked up the courage to remove the blanket, the balloon just rose up to the ceiling like nothing had happened. I seriously considered taking a pin to it right then, but something stopped me. I can't explain why. When Tommy came over the next day, he went straight to the balloon. "Did the friend balloon scare you?" he asked, his little face completely serious. The question sent chills down my spine. "What do you mean, sweetie?" "Sometimes he gets lonely at night. He just wants to make sure you're still here." I tried to keep my voice steady. "Tommy, it's just a balloon. Balloons don't have feelings." He shook his head with that certainty only children possess. "No, Grandma, he's our friend. He came to visit." I changed the subject quickly, but his words stayed with me. Over the next few days, the balloon's behavior became even stranger. One afternoon, all the windows were closed. No air conditioning or heating was running. It was one of those perfect spring days where you don't need either. I was moving from my bedroom to the kitchen, and the balloon followed me. Not floating randomly, following my exact path, turning corners when I did. I decided to test it. I walked to the bathroom, then quickly reversed direction. The balloon stopped, hovered for a moment, then changed course to continue following me. "This is insane," I muttered to myself. Later that day, I was bringing in groceries from the car. The front door was open for maybe 5 minutes total. At one point, the balloon drifted outside. I watched it from the driveway as it moved about 10 feet from the door, swirled around in a small circle, and then, I still can't believe what I saw, it returned inside against the breeze that was blowing outward from the house. That's when I called Jeff. I tried to sound casual, asking him to come over for coffee. I didn't want to say, "Your mum's losing her mind over a balloon," over the phone. When he arrived, I told him everything. To his credit, he didn't laugh or tell me I was crazy. He just listened, his expression growing more concerned. "Mom, maybe you should just pop it," he suggested gently. The thought made me inexplicably anxious. I can't explain it, but I don't think I should." He gave me that look, the one adult children give their aging parents when they're worried about their mental state. I know that look well. "Let me show you something," I said. I took the balloon, which had been hovering nearby during our conversation, and placed it on the floor in the living room, a good 20 feet away. Jeff and I continued talking in the kitchen. About 2 minutes later, The balloon rose from the floor, floated across the living room, lowered itself to pass through the doorframe. I swear it ducked, and stopped at mid-height between Jeff and me. The color drained from his face. "That's weird," he said quietly. I took the balloon and placed it in the guest bedroom, closing the door. We resumed our conversation. 5 minutes later, the balloon was back between us. Jeff moved it to the bathroom this time. Again, it returned. We sat in silence for a while, staring at this ordinary silver balloon that was behaving in such an extraordinary way. "Maybe it's Mom," Jeff said softly. His father, my husband, had passed away years ago, but my mother had only been gone for about 18 months. I don't know what made me say it. Maybe I was trying to break the tension, or maybe I really wanted to know. I looked at the balloon and said, "If this is you, Mom, do it again." I placed the balloon back in the living room and waited. This time, it didn't return. After that day, the balloon's behavior became less conspicuous. It still floated when it should have fallen, but it stopped following me quite so obviously. About a week later, I noticed it had finally settled on the floor with the others. The silver surface had become wrinkled and dull. Whatever had been happening seemed to be over. I almost missed it. Life returned to normal. I finally threw away all 3 balloons. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe there had been some strange air current phenomenon in my house that week. Maybe I'd been more stressed than I realized and had projected meaning onto random movements. Maybe. Then last month, I got a call from my friend Sarah. We were catching up, and she mentioned something about Mike's memorial service. Mike had been one of my dearest friends for over 30 years. I felt my stomach drop. "Mike's what?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "His memorial service," Sarah repeated. "Didn't you know? He passed away in early March. I thought someone would have told you." Early March. The same time, the balloon began following me. I remembered a conversation Mike and I had a few years ago, shortly after he'd been diagnosed with the cancer that would eventually take him. We were sitting on my back porch, drinking wine and talking about everything and nothing. "When I go," he had said, "I'm coming back to harass you, just for fun." "Oh, really?" I'd laughed. "As what? A ghost?" "Maybe. Or maybe something unexpected, but you'll know it's me. It'll be my way of saying I loved you, you old bat." That was Mike, irreverent until the end. I hung up with Sarah and sat in silence for a long time. That balloon, that ordinary silver balloon that behaved so extraordinarily. Was it possible? I don't know what I believe anymore. All I know is that for about 2 weeks in March, a balloon in my house seemed to have a mind of its own. And during that exact same time, unbeknownst to me, one of my dearest friends left this world. I've told this story to very few people. Most would think I've lost my mind. Maybe I have, but Jeff saw it too. And sometimes when Tommy visits, he still asks about the friend balloon and when it's coming back. I don't have answers. Just a strange experience that brought me fear, then confusion, and finally, somehow, peace. If it was you, Mike, harassing me one last time, message received, you old troublemaker. Message received. Story 21. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night. I've been trying to make sense of it for weeks now, but I'm no closer to understanding what my mom, sister, and I encountered. I'm hoping maybe someone here has experienced something similar or has some kind of explanation, because I'm honestly at a loss. It was around 7 in the evening on a Tuesday in January. We'd just had a big snowfall the previous night, about 8 inches, and everything was covered in that pristine white blanket that makes the world seem quieter. My mom, sister, and I decided to take our dog Bailey for a walk around the neighborhood, since the plows had already come through and the sidewalks were mostly clear. Bailey's a golden retriever, about 5 years old, and usually she's super energetic on walks, especially in the snow. She loves to dive into snowbanks and roll around like a maniac. But that night, she was acting weird from the moment we stepped outside. She kept looking behind us and whining, which should have been my first clue that something wasn't right. Our neighborhood is one of those typical suburban developments. Cookie-cutter houses, wide streets, and street lamps spaced out every 100 feet or so. Most of the houses had their Christmas lights still up, so there was this soft glow everywhere that made the snow sparkle. It was cold, probably in the low 20s, and our breath was making these little clouds in front of our faces. We'd been walking for maybe 15 minutes when I first noticed the light. We were on Maple Street, not the real name of our street, but you get the idea. And I happened to glance down Cedar Avenue, which intersects with our street. There, maybe 2 blocks away, was this incredibly bright light. And when I say bright, I don't mean like a car headlight or a street lamp. This was blinding, like staring directly at the sun, but white-blue in color. "Hey," I said to my mom and sister, "what is that?" They both looked where I was pointing. My sister Laura squinted and said, "Whoa, that's really bright. Maybe it's a utility truck. They've been fixing power lines after the storm." That made sense, so we kept walking, but something about it felt off. It was just too bright, and it wasn't moving like a vehicle would. It seemed to be drifting very slowly, almost imperceptibly. We continued our walk, turning right onto Oak Drive. Bailey was still acting weird, constantly looking back and staying unusually close to our legs. About 5 minutes later, my sister suddenly grabbed my arm. "Look," she whispered, pointing behind us. I turned around and felt my stomach drop. There was that same intense light, now on our street, maybe 100 yards behind us. The exact same light we'd seen 2 blocks away on Cedar Avenue just minutes earlier. "That's weird," my mom said, her voice tense. "How did it get here so quickly if it was moving so slowly?" None of us had an answer. What freaked me out most was that we couldn't see anything beyond or around the light. It was just this floating orb of blinding white-blue. No vehicle, no person, nothing but light. "Let's walk a little faster," my mom suggested, trying to sound casual, but I could hear the unease in her voice. We picked up our pace, and Bailey didn't need any encouragement. She was practically pulling us forward now. I kept glancing back, and the light was definitely following us. It maintained the same distance, never getting closer, never falling behind, just steadily keeping pace. The strangest part was the silence. Everything was covered in snow and ice. Anything moving should have made some noise. The crunch of footsteps, the rumble of an engine, something. But there was absolutely nothing. Just complete silence, except for our own breathing and footsteps. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I wanted to run, but something told me that would be worse, like it might trigger whatever this thing was to chase us more aggressively. "Should we call someone?" Laura whispered. "Who would we call?" I whispered back. What would we even say? "Hello? 911? There's a light following us." We reached the pathway that cuts through to Birch Lane. It's this narrow walkway between 2 houses that serves as a shortcut. It's probably only about 30 feet long, but that night it felt like a mile. There are no streetlights on the path, just the ambient glow from nearby houses. "Let's go through here," my mom said. "It's quicker to get home." We hurried down the path, and when we emerged on Birch Lane, I immediately turned around to see if the light had followed us. It had stopped at the entrance to the pathway, just hovering there. That's when I saw something that makes me shiver even now as I type this. Behind the light, I could make out a silhouette. It looked like a person, but wrong somehow. Too tall, maybe 7 feet or more, and hunched over in an unnatural way. It appeared to be pushing something like a cart or wheelchair, and the light seemed to be mounted on whatever this object was. The figure was completely dark against the light, so I couldn't make out any features, just this impossibly tall, distorted human shape. Just then, I noticed 2 people walking a dog on the other side of the street. They stopped and stared at the light, then quickly turned and walked in the opposite direction. At least I wasn't hallucinating. Other people could see it too. "Do you see that?" I whispered to my mom and sister. They both nodded, eyes wide. Bailey was now growling, her hackles raised, something she never does. We stood frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds. Then, without any warning, the light dimmed slightly and began to move away, back down the street we'd come from. The figure pushing it maintained that same eerily slow pace. "Let's get home, now." My mom's voice was firm. We practically ran the remaining 3 blocks to our house. I kept looking back, half expecting to see the light following us again, but the street behind us remained dark. When we got home, we locked all the doors and windows. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely help. We kept the blinds closed and huddled in the living room, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. "It couldn't have gotten from cedar to oak that quickly," Laura kept saying. "Not moving that slowly. It's physically impossible." After about an hour, my mom suggested we drive around the neighborhood to see if we could spot the light again, maybe get a better look in the safety of our car. I thought she was crazy, but she insisted we'd feel better if we could identify what it was. So we got in the car, leaving Bailey safely at home because she was still acting nervous, and drove slowly around the neighborhood. We went down every street, including Cedar, where we'd first spotted the light, and Oak, where it had somehow appeared behind us. We even drove past the pathway where we'd last seen it. Nothing. No unusual lights, no tall figure pushing a cart, nothing out of the ordinary at all. On our way back home, we passed a police car doing its routine patrol. My mum flagged him down and tried to explain what we'd seen. The officer was polite, but clearly skeptical. He said he'd keep an eye out and make a note of it, but I could tell he thought we were just spooked by shadows or maybe a utility worker with an unusually bright work light. But I know what I saw. We all do. That light wasn't from any utility truck. No work light is that blindingly bright or moves like that. And that figure, that impossibly tall, hunched figure, wasn't any worker I've ever seen. It's been 3 weeks now, and we haven't seen the light again. I've been researching local folklore, looking up similar experiences online, and asking around the neighborhood. A few people mentioned seeing an unusually bright light that night, but no one got as close to it as we did. No one else saw the figure. Bailey still refuses to walk down Oak Drive or anywhere near that pathway. She'll plant her feet and refuse to move if we try to go that way. Dogs know things, I think. What bothers me most, what keeps me up at night, is the impossibility of it all. How did it move from one street to another so quickly while appearing to move so slowly? Why was there no sound? What was that hunched figure, and why was it pushing something with such an unnatural light? I don't believe in ghosts or aliens or anything like that, or at least I didn't before. But I can't explain what happened that night. Sometimes I think maybe it was just someone playing a prank with a powerful light, but that doesn't explain how it moved so quickly between streets or why it was completely silent. Every night now I check to make sure my blinds are fully closed before I go to bed. I can't shake the feeling that if I look outside at the right moment, I'll see that light again, drifting slowly down my street, with that tall, hunched figure pushing it along in complete silence. If anyone has experienced something similar, or has any idea what this could have been, please let me know. I'm not looking for people to tell me I imagined it. 3 of us saw the same thing, and those strangers with their dogs saw it too. I just want to understand what it was, because until I do, I don't think I'll ever feel completely safe walking in my neighborhood again, especially after dark. The snow has mostly melted now, but every time the forecast calls for another storm, I get this knot in my stomach. I'm afraid of seeing that light again, emerging from the darkness, somehow behind us, when it should be impossible. And most of all, I'm afraid of getting a better look at whatever was pushing it. Story 22. I still drive past our old house sometimes, and there she is, watching from the window, waiting. I know that now, but back then I didn't understand what was happening in our home. I was 15 when Dad's cancer took a turn for the worse. The doctors had given him 6 months at most, but he deteriorated much faster than anyone expected. My mum was working double shifts to cover the medical bills, so I became his primary caretaker most afternoons. It was a Tuesday in October when everything changed. I remember because I'd been at my friend Amber's house working on a science project, and I was late getting home. Dad was sitting in his recliner, the one we'd moved to the living room when the stairs became too much for him. His skin had this yellowish tint that had become more pronounced over the previous weeks. "Hey, kiddo," he said, looking up from his newspaper. His voice was raspy from the meds. "I'm not feeling too hot. Would you mind grabbing my water from the kitchen? Then you should head upstairs for a bit." I knew what that meant. Dad was trying to spare me from seeing him sick. I was squeamish about medical stuff. Couldn't stand the sight of him throwing up or dealing with the more graphic symptoms of his illness. He'd always try to protect me from it. "Sure, Dad," I replied, retrieving his water and placing it on the side table. "Just yell if you need anything, okay?" I went upstairs to my room and put on my headphones, trying to distract myself with homework. About 20 minutes later, I heard voices. At first I thought Mom had come home early, but then I realized it was just Dad's voice. He seemed to be having a full conversation, with pauses as if someone was responding. Dad called up to me, his voice strained. "Sophie, can you come down for a second?" I pulled off my headphones and headed downstairs. When I reached the living room, Dad was staring at me with this strange look on his face. He'd gone completely pale. "What's wrong?" I asked, worried he was having some kind of medical emergency. "How long have you been upstairs?" he asked, his voice shaking. "Since you told me to go up there, like 20 minutes ago. Why?" Dad swallowed hard. "I saw you walk to the bathroom just now. I was going to the kitchen for more water, and you passed right by me." I felt a cold wave wash over me. "Dad, I've been upstairs the whole time." He looked toward the bathroom, then back at me. "She's back," he whispered. This wasn't the first time something strange had happened in our house. We'd moved to Las Vegas when I was 8, into this older house in a quiet neighborhood. The previous owners had never mentioned anything unusual, but within weeks of moving in, we'd started noticing things, objects moving, cold spots, the occasional glimpse of something out of the corner of your eye. Over the years, we'd come to realize there were 2 distinct female presences in the house. One was a young girl, maybe 10 or 11, who seemed sweet and gentle. When she was around, the house felt calmer, warmer somehow. The other was a woman in her mid to late 20s who brought chaos, slamming doors, flickering lights, and a heavy feeling of dread. "Which one?" I asked, knowing immediately what he meant. "The little girl, I think," Dad replied, relaxing slightly. "She didn't feel threatening." I nodded, relieved. The girl we could handle. The woman was another story. That evening, I helped Dad settle in to watch a movie, one of those old westerns he loved. Mom had texted that she'd be late, so I made us both sandwiches and brought Dad his evening medication. He was having a rough day, grimacing with every small movement. "Maybe we should call the doctor," I suggested, noticing how much pain he seemed to be in. "No more doctors," Dad said firmly. "They'll just want to admit me, and I'm not spending my last days in a hospital bed." I didn't argue. We'd had this conversation too many times already. Halfway through the movie, Dad suddenly screamed. It wasn't his usual pain sounds. This was primal, like something was being ripped from him. I jumped up, knocking over my soda. "Dad, what's wrong? Should I call 911? That's when I saw her, the little girl. She strolled in from the kitchen like she owned the place. She wasn't fully solid. I could see the outline of the refrigerator through her, but she was definitely there. She had long brown hair in 2 braids and wore what looked like an old-fashioned dress. She smiled at me, then turned to Dad with a sympathetic frown. The strangest part? Dad saw her too. His eyes were locked on her as she approached his chair. "Can you see her?" I whispered, my hand frozen on Dad's arm. He nodded, unable to speak. The girl came closer and gently removed my hand from Dad's leg. She replaced it with her own translucent one. Immediately, Dad's expression changed. The pain lines around his eyes softened, and his breathing, which had been shallow and rapid, evened out. "The pain," he gasped. "It's gone." For almost 10 minutes, the girl stayed there, her hand on Dad's leg, while he sat in astonished silence. Then she slowly stood, smiled at both of us, and walked back toward the kitchen, fading away before she reached the doorway. Dad looked at me, tears in his eyes. "My guardian angel," he whispered. After that night, the little girl appeared whenever Dad's pain became unbearable. She never spoke, never did anything beyond placing her hand on him, but the effect was immediate. It was like she was absorbing his suffering. Dad started looking forward to her visits, even talking to her when she wasn't visibly present. "She listens," he told me one afternoon. "I can feel her around even when I can't see her." The chaotic woman, meanwhile, seemed to appear less frequently. When she did show up, it was usually at night. Dishes would crash in the kitchen, or the TV would turn on by itself at full volume. Once, Mom found all the family photos turned face down throughout the house. About 3 weeks after the little girl first touched Dad, his condition took another steep decline. The hospice nurse who visited said it would be days, not weeks. Mom took time off work, and we created a rotation so someone was always with him. It was during my afternoon shift that the woman appeared. Dad was sleeping, his breathing labored, when the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. I could see my breath in the air. The curtains by the window billowed inward despite the closed window. She materialized at the foot of Dad's bed, not gradually like the little girl, but all at once. She was tall, with wild, dark hair and a long white nightgown. Her face was contorted in anger or pain. I couldn't tell which. "Leave him alone," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. The woman ignored me, moving to Dad's side. I stepped forward to intervene, but found I couldn't move. It was like my feet were glued to the floor. Dad's eyes opened, and for a moment fear flashed across his face. Then something strange happened. The woman's features began to shift, softening, shrinking. Her hair shortened and formed into braids. Within seconds, she had transformed into the little girl. Dad relaxed immediately. "There you are," he murmured. The girl, who had been the woman just moments before, placed her hand on Dad's chest. The tension left his body, and he smiled, closing his eyes again. I stood frozen, trying to process what I'd just witnessed. The chaotic woman and the calming girl were the same entity, two sides of the same coin. When Mom came to relieve me, I didn't tell her what I'd seen. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? Dad passed away 3 days later. The little girl was there, sitting beside him, her hand on his. Mom couldn't see her, but I could. Just before Dad took his last breath, the girl looked at me and nodded as if to say, "It's okay. I'll take care of him." After the funeral, life moved on as it somehow always does. Mom and I stayed in the house for another 2 years before she decided to move to Phoenix to be closer to her sister. The activity in the house had calmed significantly after Dad died. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of the little girl watching from the top of the stairs, but the chaotic woman never returned. It wasn't until I was in college, researching a paper on Native American history in Nevada, that I found something that made everything click. I came across an article about a Paiute woman who had died in our neighborhood in the 1920s. She had been caring for her younger sister when they both contracted tuberculosis. The sister died first, and the woman in her grief became violent and unpredictable. According to local legend, she died calling out for her sister, believing she could still save her. 2 sisters, one protective and gentle, one consumed by grief and rage. I drive past our old house sometimes. The new owners have painted it blue and added a fence. But every now and then, when I slow down and look up at the second-floor window that used to be my bedroom, I see her, Sometimes the woman, sometimes the girl, watching and waiting. I've never told anyone this story before, not fully. How do you explain that a spirit, maybe two spirits, maybe one with two faces, helped ease your father's suffering in his final days? How do you tell people that grief can transcend death, that love and protection can remain long after the physical body is gone? All I know is that my father called her his guardian angel, and in those final painful weeks, that's exactly what she was. I still wonder if she's waiting for me to come back, or if she's watching over the new family that lives there now. Some nights I dream about her, and in those dreams, she's neither the chaotic woman nor the calming girl. She's just someone who understands loss, someone who knows what it means to watch someone you love slip away and be powerless to stop it. Story 23. I'll never forget what happened when I was 6 years old. It's been over 20 years, but the memory is still crystal clear in my mind. Some nights I still wake up thinking about it, wondering if what I saw was real or just my imagination. But deep down, I know what I saw. My family had just moved into this rental home in a small town in Oregon. It was a new development, not like historical new, but actually newly built. We were only the second family to live there after the builders who'd stayed there briefly while finishing the neighborhood. Nothing fancy, just a one-story house with 3 bedrooms, but it was nice and everything worked well. That day started like any other normal day. It was late September, I remember, because school had just started, and I had these new light-up sneakers I was obsessed with. My mom needed to run to the grocery store, and my little brother had been fussy all morning, so she decided to take him with her. My dad had to drop something off at his friend's house, and it made sense for him to go at the same time. I begged to stay home, because I was watching my favorite cartoon show. After some back and forth, my parents agreed I could stay by myself, since they'd only be gone for 20 minutes tops. They made me promise I wouldn't open the door for anyone and wouldn't touch the stove. I agreed, happy to have the house to myself, which felt like such a grown-up privilege. After they left, I watched TV for maybe 10 minutes before getting bored. The house was so quiet, I decided to wander around and explore a bit. I remember walking through the kitchen, then down the hallway, checking out my brother's room with all his baby toys scattered everywhere. I was feeling pretty brave and a little mischievous being alone, like I was getting away with something, even though I wasn't doing anything wrong. Then I approached my parents' bedroom at the end of the hall. Their French doors were standing wide open, which was normal during the day. From the hallway, I could see into their room. The bathroom door was on the left wall, and directly ahead was a big window where afternoon sunlight was streaming in. The clock on their nightstand said it was around 4:30. Before I entered the room, I noticed something strange about the light coming through the window. It seemed to shift or move in a way that light shouldn't, like something was disturbing it. At first, I thought maybe it was dust particles floating around. You know how sometimes you can see them dancing in sunbeams, but this was different. I stood in the doorway, my hand still on the doorframe, kind of frozen there watching. That's when I saw it. In the stream of light, a figure appeared. It wasn't like a normal person with colors and clothes and features. It was completely white, not glowing exactly, but like a silhouette filled with white light. It was small, the size of a young child, maybe 3 or 4 years old. The figure was walking toward me from the direction of the window. Its movements were wrong. It was moving at what should have been a normal walking speed, but somehow everything looked like slow motion. Each step seemed to take forever, but also happened at a normal pace. It's hard to explain, like watching a video that's both normal speed and slowed down at the same time. I couldn't make out any facial features. It was just this white shape of a small boy, no hair details, no eyes that I could see, no mouth. Just this outline filled with white. But I could tell it was looking at me. I knew it was looking at me. My body went ice cold. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, staring at this thing as it walked toward me, getting closer with each impossible step. When it got about halfway across the room, maybe 6 feet from me, something in my brain finally clicked and I could move again. I turned and ran as fast as I could to the living room. I jumped onto my parents' couch and buried my face in a pillow, pulling a throw blanket over my head. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stayed like that for what felt like forever, but was probably only a couple minutes. I was terrified, but also curious. That horrible mix of feelings where you're scared out of your mind, but need to know if the scary thing is still there. Eventually, I peeked out from under the blanket, half expecting to see that white figure standing in front of me, but the living room was empty, normal, just our furniture and the TV still playing cartoons with the volume low. I gathered every bit of courage I had and slowly crept back toward my parents' bedroom. I stood at the end of the hallway for a long time, just staring at their open French doors. The sunlight was still coming through the window, but it was just regular light now. No movement, no disturbance. After what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes, I finally walked back to their doorway. I peeked inside, ready to run again, but the room was empty. The white boy was gone. There was no trace that anything had been there at all. I checked every corner of that room. I even looked under the bed and in the closet, half terrified I'd find something, half needing to confirm nothing was there. I found nothing. When my parents came home about 5 minutes later, I was sitting on the couch again, hugging my knees to my chest. They asked if I was okay, and I almost told them what happened, but something stopped me. I was afraid they wouldn't believe me or would think I was making it up for attention. So I just said I got scared being alone, and my mom gave me a hug, and that was that. For weeks afterward, I was afraid to go near my parents' bedroom. I would walk past it really quickly, never looking inside. At night, I insisted on sleeping with my door closed and a nightlight on. My parents thought I was going through a phase. I never saw the white boy again. Not in that house, not anywhere else. We lived there for another 3 years before moving to a different state for my dad's job. During those years, I never felt comfortable in that house. I always felt like I was being watched, especially in the hallway near my parents' room. But nothing else ever happened. The weirdest part of this story came years later, when I was in college. I was home for Thanksgiving and catching up with my parents when they mentioned that my husband's family had moved into our old rental house in Oregon. It was such a strange coincidence that we all laughed about it. But then I got cold chills when I thought about that white figure. I finally told my parents about what I'd seen that day. They were surprised, not because they didn't believe me, but because they'd never noticed anything strange in the house. My mom asked if I wanted to talk to my husband's family about it, see if they'd experienced anything similar. So I did. The next time we visited them, I casually brought up the subject of ghosts, asking if they'd ever noticed anything weird in the house. They looked at me like I was crazy. According to them, the house was perfectly normal, no strange sightings, no unexplained noises, no feeling of being watched. Nothing. I've spent years trying to find an explanation for what I saw. I've researched ghost sightings online, especially those involving children. I've looked into the history of the land where our development was built, thinking maybe something happened there before the houses were constructed. But I found nothing. The land had been an empty field before the development was built. No tragic stories, no accidents, nothing that would explain a child's ghost. I've considered every logical explanation. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe I dozed off and dreamed it. Maybe it was an overactive imagination combined with the nervousness of being home alone. But none of those explanations feel right. The memory is too vivid, too detailed, too real. I remember the exact way the light looked distorted before the figure appeared. I remember the impossible slow motion but normal speed way it moved. I remember the cold fear that washed over me, different from any fear I'd felt before or since. Sometimes I wonder if I should try to find the current owners of that house, see if anyone else has ever reported seeing anything. But what would I even say? Hi, I lived in your house 20 years ago and saw a white ghost boy in the master bedroom. They'd think I was insane, so I'm left with this unexplainable experience that occasionally keeps me up at night. I've never seen anything like it since. I've never felt the presence of anything supernatural in any other place I've lived. I don't know what I saw that day. Was it a ghost, a glitch in reality, a manifestation of something else entirely? I don't have the answers. All I know is what I saw, a white silhouette of a small boy, walking toward me in impossible slow motion, in a house that had barely existed long enough to have any history at all. I still can't explain it. I probably never will. Und did see story 24. I've been putting off writing this down because talking about it makes it feel more real. I'm not even sure where to begin, honestly. I guess I should just start with saying that weird stuff has always happened in our house, but lately it's gotten so much worse that I'm genuinely scared to be alone here. My name's Megan. I live with my partner Ryan and my grandmother Vivian in a small town about 2 hours outside of Sydney. Our house sits behind what used to be a river, but was converted into a railway line years ago. It's not a fancy place or anything, just a regular 3-bedroom with a bit of yard, but it's got history, a lot of history actually, and not all of it good. Ever since we moved in about 4 years ago, we've had what my gran calls experiences. At first, it was just little things that were easy to brush off. Footsteps in the backyard when nobody was there, voices that sounded like they were coming from the kitchen when everyone was in bed. I used to tell myself it was just the house settling or the wind playing tricks. Then came the apparitions. My grandfather passed away when I was 15, but about 2 years after we moved in, I saw him clear as day, standing at the foot of my bed. I wasn't even fully asleep. I was reading something on my phone when I looked up, and there he was, just staring at me with this sad expression. I screamed so loud that Ryan came running in from the living room, but by then, Pop was gone. Ryan thought I'd had a nightmare, but I know what I saw. After that, the sightings became more frequent. There's a young girl in a white dress who appears in the hallway sometimes. She never does anything threatening, just stands there looking lost before fading away. Gran says she's seen her too, but the worst one, the one that's been here the longest according to Gran, is what we call the Shadow Man. He stays mostly beneath Gran's bedroom. You can sometimes see him moving along the baseboards, this dark mass that seems to absorb light. He's never come up higher than that, thank God, but knowing he's there makes my skin crawl. Up until about 6 months ago, we'd made our peace with the residents, as Gran calls them. They didn't bother us much, and we didn't bother them. But then something new arrived, something different, something that scares me more than all the others combined. It started with my voice. Ryan would be home alone while I was at work at the salon, and he'd hear me calling him from the kitchen or the bedroom. He'd answer, thinking I'd come home early, only to find the room empty. The first few times, he brushed it off. Maybe he was hearing things, maybe it was the TV, but it kept happening, and it was always my voice saying his name, asking him to come to whatever room it was in, the really freaky part. Sometimes he'd answer it without thinking, like he'd hear, "Ryan, can you come here a sec?" And he'd say, "Yeah, be right there," before realizing I wasn't even home. When he told me this, I felt sick to my stomach. Whatever this thing is, it's getting better at sounding like me. Ryan says he can barely tell the difference now. Then about 3 months ago, I started noticing scratches on my body. Not little cat scratches or anything I could explain away. Deep ones. Sometimes in places I couldn't possibly reach myself. They'd appear overnight, or sometimes I'd feel a sudden burning sensation while watching TV or cooking dinner, and I'd look down to see fresh marks appearing on my skin. One night, I was alone in the kitchen. Ryan was out with mates, and Gran was already asleep. I was getting something from the fridge when I saw... I don't even know how to describe it. It looked like Giant claws, like something you'd see on a massive bird, moving across the refrigerator door. They weren't touching it exactly, more like they were inside it somehow, moving beneath the surface. I backed away so fast I knocked over a chair, and the noise made them disappear. I sat on the kitchen floor for an hour after that, too terrified to move. But the worst incident, the one that's made me seriously consider moving out despite Gran refusing to leave, happened just 3 weeks ago. It was a Tuesday night. I remember because I'd had a particularly rough day at work. A client had screamed at me for ruining her hair even though I'd done exactly what she asked for. I came home exhausted around 7 in the evening. Ryan was supposed to be working late. I walked in, dropped my bag by the door, and headed to the bedroom to change. As I was walking down the hallway, I saw Ryan coming out of our bedroom. He didn't say anything, just walked past me toward the bathroom, then turned and went into the kitchen. I called out, "Hey, thought you were working late tonight," but got no response. I was in the middle of changing when my phone buzzed. It was a text from Ryan. "Leaving work now, be home in 20, want me to pick up dinner?" My blood went cold. I texted back a quick yes, while my mind raced. If Ryan was just leaving work, then who had I seen in the hallway? I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, a hair straightener, pathetic I know, and slowly crept out to check the house. I looked everywhere, but there was no one there. No doors or windows were open, nothing was disturbed. When Ryan got home, I told him what happened. He held me while I cried, but I could tell he was freaked out too. He suggested it might have been a trick of the light or my tired mind playing tricks, but we both knew better. Then it happened to him. 5 days later, he was up late working on his laptop in the living room. I'd gone to bed around 11. According to Ryan, around 1 in the morning, he saw me walk from our bedroom to the bathroom. He didn't think much of it. I often get up at night to use the toilet, but a few minutes later, he heard me call his name from the bedroom. He got up to check and found me sound asleep in our bed, exactly where I'd been all along. Whatever he'd seen walking to the bathroom wasn't me. The most terrifying experience happened just last week. I woke up in the middle of the night, sensing someone in the room. When I opened my eyes, Ryan was standing next to the bed, just looking down at me. He wasn't saying anything, just standing perfectly still. Something felt off. He was too still, too quiet. I whispered, "Ryan?" But he didn't respond. He just turned and walked out of the bedroom. I sat up, heart pounding, when I heard the toilet flush in our ensuite bathroom. Then the bathroom door opened and Ryan walked out, yawning. "Did you say something, babe?" he asked. I couldn't speak. I just pointed to the bedroom door where the other Ryan had just walked out. When I finally found my voice, I told him what happened. We searched the whole house but found nothing. After that night, we started researching what might be happening. Gran thinks it might have something to do with this old piece of wood she has that supposedly came from the original Sydney prison. It's been in the family for generations. Some of the other theories we've found online are even more disturbing. Mimics, doppelgangers, or what some people call skinwalkers. I don't know what to believe, but I know what we're experiencing is real. Last night was the final straw for me. I was home alone. Ryan was at his brother's place helping him move furniture, and Gran was at her sister's for the weekend. I'd been on edge all day, feeling like I was being watched. Around 9, I decided to take a shower, hoping it would calm my nerves. As I was washing my hair, I heard the bathroom door open. Through the fogged glass of the shower door, I could see a figure that looked like Ryan. "You're home early," I called out. No response. The figure just stood there watching me. Then it spoke, but the voice was all wrong. It sounded like Ryan, but with something else underneath, something that made my skin crawl. "Not Ryan," it said. Just those 2 words. But they were enough to paralyze me with fear. I stayed frozen in the shower, the water still running over me as the figure slowly backed out and closed the door. I don't know how long I stood there before I found the courage to get out, grab a towel, and run to the bedroom where I'd left my phone. I called Ryan immediately, my hands shaking so badly I could barely dial. "Hey, what's up?" he answered casually. "Are you home?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "No, still at Jake's. We're about to order pizza." "Why?" I told him what happened, and he came home right away. We checked every inch of the house, but like always, there was no one there. No signs of forced entry, nothing disturbed, just me, alone with whatever this thing is that can look like the people I love. We slept with the lights on last night, Ryan holding me tight. This morning, I found 3 long scratches down my back when I was getting dressed. They weren't there when I showered. I don't know what to do anymore. Gran refuses to consider moving. She says this is her home and she won't be driven out. Ryan says we should bring in someone who knows about these things, maybe a medium or paranormal investigator, but I'm afraid that might make it worse. What if giving it attention just makes it stronger? All I know is that right now, I'm sitting at my kitchen table while Ryan's at work, jumping at every sound, wondering if the footsteps I keep hearing in the hallway are real or just in my head. And I can't shake the feeling that something is standing right behind me, watching me type this, wearing a face that isn't its own.